YouTube, YouTube, YouTube. What's good? How's everybody doing today? Uh, welcome to Wanted, the Voice Within Organized Chaos, Episode 5. Does secular morality exist? This one's going to be interesting. I definitely stayed away from anything spiritual, religious, and all those things. I know I try to talk about things we don't usually talk about either because it's taboo or, sometimes people don't, they're just not comfortable talking about it. But that doesn't mean the conversation, whether or not we should have the conversation. I'm a fan of having any conversation, taboo or not, which I think is becoming obvious. So, today's topic is pretty interesting. So thank you everybody for joining me today. I think we only have a couple in the chat. KK de jour, I see you. Yeah, it's interesting and near dangerous. I agree with that statement there. But that's kind of what I do, man. The weird thing is that's how I am in real life. I'll have the conversation, even if my feelings are running the risk of being hurt. Hey, I'd rather know the truth than not. So, what's up, Al? I see you back. Defrauding. What's good, man? Thank you for rocking with me. I know you're probably on the bike or something, having fun outside. But yeah, thanks for rocking with me. So, as everybody knows from previous shows, I usually invite people up to immediately because I want this to be a real conversation, not just a dialogue and me just, throwing words across the internet on a microphone. So anybody that wants to join, I'm throwing the link out. Let me copy it. Yeah, I got it. There you go. So I know this topic is very, very touchy. I know it is, but that does not mean we can't at least have a civil discussion. Mind you, people, civil. We will have a civil conversation. I am not here to change anybody's mind. And in all actuality, I am probably going to learn more than I'm going to be putting things out there, because the reason why I put this show together was actually I have so many questions that typically I try to ask in pieces on different panels. And, no one really has time to sit down with Identity and run down all the questions he has. But that's usually what I do. But again, thanks for rocking with me. How'd you guys like the intro, by the way? I think I debuted it last week. It actually took a little while, but, my PowerPoint skills are up there. So, I'm pretty sure there's easier ways to do it, but I'm just so fluent in PowerPoint. I just do everything in PowerPoint. So that's just the way it goes. So let's see. So we got Al in the back. Man, you're chomping at the bit here. You want this one, don't you? Hey, Carla. How you doing? Let me see.
Well, how are you doing, Identity? How are things going with you?
I'm good, Al. What's good, man?
Yeah, because I was on the panel last week, it's not so much the topic that interests me, but the way you discuss things and the kind of panel you have here, which is different from every other in the sector. So that's okay. I mean, that's the reason I've come, is like we had a very good discussion last week, and I hope this one will be a good one as well. So
yeah, this should be great.
Right. So I would begin by stating, no problem. I would begin by stating, when you look at the term, what is there?
Wait! Before we jump in deep, because I have like a schedule here, so I'm trying to walk it down so we all can get back to our lives in a normal time frame here. But we will jump in. This is the moment where I'm just inviting anybody up that want to come up and kind of chime in like real time. So, but let me get through my preliminaries here. So, so typically I usually open up with a quote of the day. And of course, today is no different, but I figured I'd snazz it up a little bit. So bear with me. So, quote of the day is from David Banner. He's a hip hop rapper. He's a record producer, activist, actor. He actually has a podcast called the David Banner Podcast. I actually listen to that regularly. And his quote is, and I'm going to say this verbatim, I don't give a fuck what you think about me. Just think. And to put it in context, he was specifically talking about some religious, I guess, understanding the information we have on hand and what do we do with it and how do we navigate through, what we believe is real, not real, all those things. So, and people have called him certain things because of his views, which probably people are going to call me the same thing, which is okay, because I don't give a fuck what you think about me. Just think. So, thank you, David Banner, for that quote of the day. Are you still there, Al?
Oh, yeah.
Now, I don't know if my audio was heard through that.
No. Actually, the thing is, I see your show as I was on your panel the first time last week, but your show is really kind of structured and set up, and
yeah,
it's a nice little show. I got to give you credit for that.
Appreciate that. Now, did you hear me through the video? Did you hear me talking?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
I did.
I tried to make sure the audio was set at a certain level. I wanted music playing. Right. I'm trying different things out here, Al. I'm trying different right. methods, different ideas.
I understand.
And
I understand.
So, so let me see what's going on in the chat here. Carla Martin, you were not late. You are not late. We just started. We're good. Don't worry about it. Defrauding is on his way. Carla Martin is actually backstage. Nice. Hello.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. What's good with you?
I'm well. This evening just got a notification that you were on, and I looked at the topic, and I thought, okay, I'll bite.
It worked.
Yes. I like what David Banner said too.
Yes. That's one of those quotes I wrote down immediately after hearing it, and I was amazed by it because it says a lot. It's saying, to me, it says the message is more important than me.
Well, not only that, but let your words mean something. I said this a couple of podcasts ago. Use integrity with our words.
I'm sorry, Carla. Al, you're on microphone's echoing. Just making sure we can hear Carla. I just want to make sure we want to get you there.
I didn't see anything.
I appreciate that. No, I just think it's important for us to use integrity with our words, and that involves thinking. So thinking is always good. Yes,
I agree. Even when we're covering topics that are deemed taboo.
Deemed taboo or deemed distasteful or uncomfortable, all of that. Bring all of that into the table and let's sort it out.
Yes, and definitely be respectful of one another, because I'm not here to bash anybody. I'm not here to change anybody's mind. Just letting you know what's on mind. And hey, you can comment on what I'm thinking. If I'm wrong, fine. I'm listening. That's the whole idea.
Well, I think we're just providing perspectives at this point. It's just a different lens on things, which may or may not be helpful.
Right. But so I guess when researching this topic, I started going down so many rabbit holes because, this topic has been discussed, but a lot of people want to talk about it like maybe on chatting and things like that, where I guess their faces aren't shown and they don't know who they are. Hey, welcome to YouTube. But definitely, I wanted to kind of structure it. So I wanted to set some boundaries here. So I want to actually get some terms straight, because I felt like the information that I got, it definitely depends on the terminology you use,
Yeah.
and you can go down so many rabbit holes. So let me share something here. So I only have the two terms that. Oh, come on, where are you? Sorry, I don't have it here. It's not coming up here. Either way, there's only two terms that I wanted to cover. The two terms that I definitely want to cover are, it's in the title, what's secular and what's morality,
Right.
because there's so many different definitions for secular. They have a roundabout way of meaning the same thing, but they definitely can take you down a different rabbit hole if you don't define them.
Okay.
So I'm speaking of secular as not just simply not religious.
Yes.
Some people say not spiritual, but I don't say spiritual and religion. Spirituality and religion is the same. That's why I'm trying to be careful which one I pick here. I'm saying not religious, because I do
would
believe
add,
I'm somewhat
dogma,
spiritual.
as in
I
doctrine,
would say that.
and that sort of thing.
Dogma,
Well,
you
I would
said?
say to that. I would say to that it also would be, just to add to that, I would also define secular as non-spiritual, not just non-religious. Because if you look at what the term is, it has no affiliation with anything resulting from spirituality, mysticism,
Correct.
or religion.
Which is why I'm defining it now, because
Right.
if you don't, then people assume so
Right.
many different things. So I'm
Precisely.
speaking religious. That's what I'm speaking.
Okay. That
Because in my mind, I'm spiritual,
Yes.
but I'm not necessarily what someone would say to be religious. And we'll get into that.
Mhm.
But do you see? Look, the
Right.
first word, and we're already talking about what it could mean. So that's why I wanted to do this.
Absolutely.
But I think defining the term is important, because if you're going to discuss this, you have to have a certain amount of precision in regards to the terms.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, everybody needs to be on the same page.
Yes. So so now that we're good with secular, morality is the next word. And for me, defining it for this show, I'm sticking more to beliefs about what is right behavior and wrong behavior.
Yes.
That I think that's a pretty solid foundation.
Those are good boundaries. Those are good boundaries.
Yeah, because that's another one that can go somewhere else.
It can.
Right. I think that's a good, plain, common sense definition of morality here for our purposes. Yeah. I think that's a pretty good one. Definition of what is right behavior, what is wrong behavior, because that will depend upon interpretation and institutional standards or institutional aspects. So I think it's a pretty good, solid definition for our purposes.
Okay. Now, I guess Carla, do you think it should include something else? Like, is there any other, or Al, do you think there's something else that could potentially be put in that bucket without going down that rabbit hole? I know I simplified it, but I want to make sure that it's sound.
I always come from a place of village, and so for me, it's what is right and wrong in terms of the collective with that lens on it. So I'm not concerned so much, as Al mentioned, about institutional morality. To me, that doesn't make a lot of sense, because I'm not for my piece, I'm not concerned about institutions and, globally or within the United States. I'm concerned about the village. So for me, morality is framed within the lens of the collective. And right or wrong definitely fits. Those are good boundaries for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you good, Al?
Yeah, I am. Like I said, I thought the definition itself was a good, plain, common sense one for our purposes rhetorically here. So
okay,
not bad.
Okay. So what I want to do right now is kind of go over what I had as like a mind dump for myself, because as I opened up, I have so many questions that growing up I never was even allowed to ask. So now I'm asking those questions. And
It's got something going on over there.
yeah, I think Al, you're doing your microphone again. All right. So let me go over a couple things that are just in my head of just jotting them down.
Right.
One, why is the label atheist so taboo? Again, I'm not claiming it. I'm just asking the question. I got to mute you, Al. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it? Yeah, I think his microphone's acting up. So yeah, the word atheist, I was afraid of that word growing up. Like when I first heard it, I knew from the conversation that I wasn't even a part of. I was just a kid. And I heard the word and I was immediately scared of it.
Atheism or atheist. It
Well,
sounds like dark.
Yes. So again, I don't claim to be one, but it's just because I have questions and I'm not using this. Am I not using the same gifted brain and chain of logical thought that God gave me? So I have that question in my head. That's why I'm asking, why are we so scared of that word? What is that word?
Right.
Like the connotation. What is that? What does it mean to you, Carla? You said dark?
Well, it's taboo, right? Atheism, I deconstruct things, words especially. So, and to do that, you have to explore the word. So you have to look at it. And you can't just look at it, like peeking between your fingers. You got to open your eyes wide and look at things, right? And so I have looked at it years ago from a different point that I am right now. And so I don't have the fear that I had when I was, say, a college student in the 70s. And I went, I'm from a Baptist background, but I went to a Jesuit institution, a private Jesuit college. And so, and which was strange about that is that we had a rabbi on the campus. Okay. If you can imagine that, a Baptist rabbi and a Catholic walk into a bar. I mean, so my eyes were opened wide at a very early age. I was under 21 when I completed college, but
nice.
So I had to look at things and shake off the taboos that as a Baptist I was raised with, right? So atheist was sacrilegious, okay, to even say that someone didn't believe in God. I mean, you were over there. You were, you had to go. You had to be removed.
Yes. Yeah. I am Baptist by default.
I'm feeling you. I'm feeling where you're coming from on that. And I'm feeling the taboo issue because there's so many subjects that were taboo when I was growing up that are no longer taboo now. And I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for that.
And I appreciate you having this conversation, actually.
Yeah. I'm grateful for the sunshine in those places.
Yes.
Well, here's the point that you raise about atheism. I guess you're just making a general point before going on to the actual topic.
Yes.
So here's what you have to understand. It's taboo depending on your background. So if you know nothing about atheism, then it's taboo, especially if you come from a religious background. So that's why
I think that's what Carla was mentioning. That
knowledge, right? It's lack of knowledge.
Carla's mentioning that, and I'm doubling down on it because I was brought up without even knowing what I was being brought up in. It was just default.
Yes, and that's part of our culture identity. That whether it's Baptist or AME or whatever, Black folks' church is part of our culture.
Yes.
And so, we can start from there, but I appreciate your understanding that that subject was taboo. It was fraught with all kinds of emotions that may or may not have been valid. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like I said, I am grateful coming from a background of a Baptist, raised a Baptist, went to a Jesuit institution and studied Judaism while I was there. As part of the educational requirements, I had to have so many hours in religion. And so I got a little tired of Catholicism and I got my fill on the Baptist church. And, You know, so I have a little different perspective on things that are traditionally taboo within our culture. And I think that's a good boundary to place it within.
Yes.
So I agree with I agree with your parameters.
Okay. Okay.
So
that was that.
So the point I was again trying to make is it's interesting what you're both noting is the cultural context through which you see the lens of the term atheism and atheist, and thus atheist and atheism, which is valid, of course, because people are conditioned by the culture and the ethnicity and like, where they come from. Thus, the idea that was, thus the aspect that was brought up here about what was taboo, what was deemed out of bounds, what was deemed completely marginal, not worthy of discussion. The only thing I will say in this regard, again, is it really depends on what your background is in regards to the terms. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean that, but
like you mentioned with the church, if you come from
the
a
issue
background
is
like that,
the issue is that the word itself, like I said, I was never told it was taboo. I just got that vibe when I first heard it and heard grown folks talking about it. So I immediately was just afraid of the word all my life until I got to a certain age and decided to look it up.
Right. Just shine some light on it. Just shine some light on it. Because in our family structures, we pick up vibes, right? I mean, there's, it can be just one word and everybody's eyes just will point down to the ground. That's a verbal cue. That's a nonverbal cue. I'm sorry. So those are vibrations, right? That we pick up on. So as a young child, you may not even know who was an atheist or who they were talking about, but just the tone, the tenor, the vibration of the conversation gave you that vibration. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It gave you that feeling. And so you knew. We know these things. These things vibes come into us like osmosis. So when we're grounded in our families and, they are nurturing and caring for us and we're close. That's the thing. We're close to them. So we get those vibrations. It's not that deep, but I appreciate your perspective, Identity.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey,
well, again,
defrauding. Hey, welcome to the show, sir.
Yo, what's up? I'm on babysitting duty, or should I say watching my son today.
Sounds wonderful over there.
I know that feeling.
Sounds lovely.
I know that feeling. Give the kid a mic. We'll have a show together. It's all good. Maybe not today, though. Maybe not today on this topic, but yeah, we will at some point. So that was my first question. I have like 3 or 4 or 5 here, actually. My second one that just kind of popped in my head and I just let the pen go. Is it possible to be moral and not be godly?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well,
that's a consensus there. Well, I wouldn't say. I think I have a panel that agrees. But there are people that disagree with that.
Oh, I'm sure they disagree. But
yeah, so
keep in mind, you have to look at again the way when you mention morality and the definition that you were using in this discussion. You have to look at what is considered right behavior and wrong behavior will vary according to not only the background of individuals, but according to what they are taught and what they are inculcated into them by not just, belief systems, but also by family and other individuals. So in that regard, when you talk about, can someone who isn't religious or somebody who doesn't have anything to do with belief systems be moral? Of course, they can be. But the question is, it depends on how you define it. See,
that's kind of how we're
a belief system. See, a person with a belief system has a different sense of what morality should be compared to somebody who doesn't.
Well, I know defrauding, you probably have a lot more knowledge on these things than I do. Do you have any comments on that?
One of the things I would say with morality and people being able to be moral, outside of religion is it's absolutely possible. Like people had said, morality is principles concerning the distinction between right and wrong and or good behavior. It's a particular system of values and principle of conduct, right? So the thing is that you can have a principle of conduct in any society that you live in. You can have it within any religion. You can have it without a religion, just based off of your society, like the societal norms that are inside of the country that you live in. Every
Hmm.
country has its own societal norms. It has its own values of things that they believe is okay, and it may not
Yeah.
necessarily be associated with their religion. And again, just as if you can be Christian, you can also be Jewish, you can also be Muslim, you can also be into Jainism, you can also be a Taoist. There's so many different religions, and every last one of those have a system of moral beliefs, and you are
Yes.
able to be moral based off of those, correct? So if
Yes.
that's the case, that means that you can be moral as long as you're in alignment with what the people around you believe in and deem
Hmm.
to be right, or you can be immoral if you're doing what they deem to be wrong.
Right. And along those lines, I would just add that I don't know what's going on with the
Go ahead.
echo.
I had to, Al, your mic is
Okay.
acting up. I had to mute him.
So along with what Defrauding was saying, I would just add to that the features of sustainability. I like to view things at my stage in life through the lens of sustainability for the collective and for the children's children. So what's right and what's wrong is encompassed within that view of sustainability and what's going to further the collective, and
Yes.
that can have religious tints to it. It can have other nuances to it as well.
Oh,
That's right.
I agree. I agree. And I think, Al, were you trying to say something? Because every time you come in, it's an echo.
Yeah, I don't know what happened because when I'm not saying something, it just something reacted. I don't know what it is. So
Okay.
so
So,
to what was noted again, I think the frauding charlatan brings a pretty good perspective to bear when he notes that the context of morality can vary depending on the group or institutions that you're a part of. So what's deemed moral in these groups or institutions and what you do will vary, and what you do, you will be seen within the context of that group or institution. And that's the only issue or aspect in regards to morality, is that morality is sort of not necessarily fixed, but it's also relative. It's relative to the group, it's relative to the institution, and it's relative to the individual.
But there
So
are
there's
absolutes. There are
fluidity in regards
absolutes.
to
There are
morality.
absolutes, Al. There is a good and a wrong.
Well, there might be one or two
No,
absolutes, but the
there are
reality is
absolutes.
that morality really has a degree of fluidity depending on the group or institution that you are a part of. And that's the tricky part about morality. That's why
So
the
maybe we,
topic
so
of
maybe we could
secular morality is
we
interesting.
could confine it to American, because globally, and but he's already defined that for us.
Right.
Identity is
But
already defined what
yeah,
we're
because
talking.
that's true.
that's again, this is the reason why I'm trying to keep it in the lane because we
Right.
can
We don't
go
want to go
a
down a rabbit
million
hole.
directions.
Yeah, we can go
But what
down a
I'm
million
saying is
different
that
rabbit
it
holes.
varies. My point is, it's not simply about that. The definition was brought up for our purposes. But what I'm saying is, morality will vary according to the group or institution that one is a
Yes,
part of.
and we understand that.
So,
We
We understand
understand
that.
that.
so
We
that's the
understand that.
point. That's the
We
point. It is
understand that.
fluid.
We
It's
understand
fluid.
that.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, I think we're good with the terms and I think this is the reason why I keep stressing. I'm trying to keep a lane here and try and keep us all focused on the common goal here of just the the topic. I know it's a broad statement. I know it's a broad statement, and I'm trying to keep it straight.
You've done well. You've done well in defining it. Al just keeps wanting to talk about institutions, and that leads me into global stuff, and I'm not. That to me, that's outside the bounds right now.
Yeah. So Al, please stay within the boundaries here.
I like my boundaries.
So another one
Well,
I
I
had
did
was
say the only thing I noted was it was very dependent on the group. That's it. That's all I do.
Just let
I'm not trying to redefine the definition. I'm just saying that it varies.
Sweetie, just fall back. It's okay.
That's the point that I made.
You don't have to have a response to everything. You can just listen.
Yeah, but I'm making a point. And that's the point I'm making. I wanted to clarify.
We
have
that point. We have that point, Al, because that's why I opened up the way I did, because I didn't want to deviate.
See?
Right. Go ahead.
Somebody's rope is getting short here. Jesus. Anyway, defrauding, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just taking it all in, man. Taking it all in.
Okay. So I'm gonna move on to my other one. So
yes, baby, yes.
Might I guess, is your kid named Al?
I love it.
Messing with you, Al. Just messing with you, Al. I guess we answered my next question: was, are religious beliefs the source of one's morality? I think we just answered that, in at least giving different sources of where their morality comes from. One could be a religious belief. Yes, I agree that could be it. But there are other avenues to travel to for one's source of morality. And Sabaldo in the chat hit one on the head, a nail on the head here. For my next one, is it possible to be holy and immoral? Can one's actions deem them holy but immoral?
Wow, that's loaded. We need to turn that over a few times.
Okay. So I have examples here. I have examples because I thought that was where it was going to go. So one of my examples, again, is sometimes these conversations can get dark, but one of my examples is maybe a pastor or a preacher doing some things at the church. Is he holy and immoral? Is he unholy and immoral? Or what is the combination? Like, do you lose your holiness once you become immoral? Is it mutually exclusive? So that was where my head was at when I was thinking of this question.
Yeah, I think I have a problem with being holy, period. It doesn't sit well for me as, a person just, navigating through life, to declare holiness upon myself would be, that wouldn't sit well with me.
Isn't this the reason why most people get all up in arms when a pastor gets in trouble? They're like, oh my God. And honestly speaking, most times when they get caught up, I'm thinking, that guy's human, right?
Exactly.
He's a man with some weird desires. That's what that is.
That's my whole point.
He just has a job as being a pastor. It's not that
he's in the pulpit on Sunday morning, but he's in the strip club on Sunday night.
Yeah.
So, I have a problem, and I'm going to tell you where the origin of that came from. It didn't come from me being raised in a religious family. Okay. I was raised in a religious family, but it came from me being a curious child who my grandmother gave me permission to ask grown folks questions. So I would ask the ushers, what's going on with this? And why is that happening? And look at that, And so I was able to ask these questions. And as I progressed and matured, I got to see a lot of things as they truly were, not as what was presented to me, So I got to, see the deacons doing the usher board ladies and, money being, we went to the church like 3 times a week. We was at Bible practice choir practice Thursday night, Bible study Wednesday night, back in church for Sunday school and Sunday service. So we got to see a lot of the underbelly. And so just having lived through that, you get to learn that in the Baptist system, it's not all that it appears. And then going to that Jesuit school that I went to in college, I never been around so many drunks in my life. Wow. Them nuns and them priests, baby, when I tell you, they like the alcohol, Okay, they would come into the classroom stinking. And mind you, this was a strictly predominantly white institution where we didn't have multiple choice questions. Everything was essay. You had to formulate your thoughts, put it down on paper, bring it back around to the main point, and then make your points in between. You see what I'm saying? So right. The emphasis was on education, but you see all this fuckery going on around you. The priests were drunk. The nuns were drunk. I mean, I never saw so many people with crosses on who were shit-faced.
Right.
So, having gone through and being naturally curious, you get to defrock people when they put this cloak upon themselves of holiness. For someone to declare themselves holy or the reverend or the anything, I'm already looking at your side eye.
Well, I know you weren't taught that. I know that came over time.
That was from lived experience. Yes, exactly. But I'm good with it now. I can go to church with them and let them do all what they want to do. But I know what I know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna let defrauding and Al jump in. Spirit Mouse, are you good? What's up? I saw you join. I think he's at the park with his kid.
He was outside. Looked beautiful.
Yeah. Anytime Spirit Mouse pops in, I like hearing from that guy. Most times he's playing his harmonica, but sometimes he has points too.
Hey, how's it going?
Right.
What's up, Spirit Mouse?
Hey, I'm just here at the park with my family. I got my wife and kids here, and then my mom just showed up too.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Did you have any?
Been?
We good, man. Having a pretty deep conversation here, man. Do you have anything to chime in on?
I just kind of popped in. It kind of sounds like you all are talking about like religion and morality. Can you just kind of give me just like a brief overview? Because I just kind of came in as this woman was talking about kind of the duality of things that you see in these really religious areas, where
it's
like
in a nutshell.
And then it's like that's where the den of unholiness is.
The topic today is, does secular morality exist? And we're just diving deep into the terms and the understandings, and why is it not talked about? And we're having a conversation.
Okay. Well, you know what? And so as I've gotten older, I'm 31 now. As I've gotten older, I'm kind of starting to feel like secularism might not be a real thing, or at least true secularism. I think that no matter what we do as humans, we are religiously bound. Like we are bound to create some sort of metaphysical understanding for things we don't understand. Even people who are atheists, right? I mean, I don't think you can truly be separated from a religious base, So
now, are you speaking religious or are you speaking spiritual?
I would say that those are all intertwined. Yeah, I hear people, they'll often say, well, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual, but your religion has a very spiritual, like you can't, I don't think that you can really separate the two, because even if somebody says I'm spiritual and I'm not religious, you have a certain set of practices and you have a certain set of beliefs. That makes
but they're not grounded in dogma.
You said what?
They're not grounded in dogma.
Right.
Well,
And the point, I think his point that he was bringing out was he felt there was no such thing as secularism or secular, but that's not true. What secular,
Al,
as
that's
I
your
think Identity
perspective. That's
brought
your
out,
perspective, Al. That's your perspective. He has to have his perspective
no,
as well.
no. It's technically there is such a thing as secular because it's what's defined as not religious and what is defined as not spiritual. So in
But what you're doing
society,
is you're shutting down his commentary.
there are
You're shutting down
secular.
his commentary.
Right. So
You're
no.
shutting
I
down his
understand his point of
commentary.
view. But I'm saying that on a practical societal level, there is there is such a thing as being secular, and there is such a thing as secularism. It exists. So it's not simply an idea. It's not simply an opinion or a concept. It's a reality. It's a reality
Okay,
that
thank
exists in
you.
this country and in a number of other countries, just as religion exists in this country and in other countries. So that's part of the separation, right? That's why you have a separation of church and state.
Yeah, but
That's
I think
but
why
that's
you
the
don't have
thing.
prayer in public schools. It's secular.
Well, but that's
So
the
you have
thing.
secular institutions and you have
Al,
religious
Hold
institutions.
up, Al.
Al,
Hold up, Al.
Well, I think that's the thing. So when you say, for example, something like a separation of church and state, that's once again something that we say in rhetoric, but is that really how we truly practice our culture in this country? If we were really separating church and state, how come after 9/11 happened, overnight a certain ethnicity that's combined with a certain religion was seen as enemy number one in this country? You didn't have to say it was Muslims that did it. Everybody got on code. Why?
yeah.
Because we have a Christianized code in this country. Why do you think Christmas is regularly celebrated? I mean, we can call it secularized, but it's still Christmas. It still has something to do with the Christianized Western European philosophy of the world. I don't think any group of people have truly separated religion and politics. If that was the case, well, then how come
Well,
Native Americans' religion and Africans' religion was stolen? And well, not stolen, but they said that they could not practice this stuff when they came to these shores. I mean, you can't say that. I understand what you're saying, Al. Secularism is an academic concept. So, as an academic
no,
concept,
it's not
yes.
an academic concept. It's a reality. We live in a
Well, I
country
would
where
say
there's
this is the
secular
thing.
institutions and secular aspects. So it's
So,
not an
what
idea.
would
It's
you
not a
consider?
concept. It's reality.
What would you consider
What country are you
secular?
referring to? Because you certainly aren't referring to this country. Because
Well, I am
politics is
referring to this country and I'm referring to other
in
countries.
everything in this
There are
country.
countries in Europe where religion
Okay.
is not the basis of the country. Like I said, when you talk about separation of
I'm
church and
not in
state,
Europe, though. We're in
it's
America.
right. That's what I'm saying. I said not just the US, but Europe. But what I'm saying
Well,
is
we're in the
the
U.S.
separation
We're
of church
talking
and
to the
state
U.S.
means the church is not a part of the state. In other countries, the church is a formal part of the state, not just part of the government,
Listen,
but the state
Al,
apparatus. In the
newsflash,
US, it is
politics
not.
are all entwined in the United States. Newsflash, the separation of politics and state in this empire is non-existent.
Well,
No, again, it's pretty
I'll say
clear.
It's
this.
It's
enmeshed.
clear.
It's enmeshed.
It's
I'll
clear.
say
There
this. I
is
mean,
no,
like I said, in rhetoric, the United States of America is a lot of these things, but also we've seen throughout the development of the United States of America what they say they are in rhetoric is not necessarily what this government is in reality. I don't think in reality there is a separation of church and state. If there was, why is there not more Ilhan Omars in Congress?
Right.
yeah, but
And
I
why
mean,
is Joel
that's,
Joel Osteen exists and paying no taxes? Come on, Al.
and
again, that doesn't have
why
anything
was
to
a
do,
big point
again,
of Barack
here's what you got to
Obama?
understand. Here's what you got to
I don't have to
understand.
understand anything
There
that you
is
were
a
saying. No, you're
separation.
talking. No, Al. You're gonna need
Religion
to
is not a part
refrain
of
your.
the state.
You're gonna need to
It's a
refrain.
Sergeant Darlington's you're next on deck.
I mean, the
You said what
concept
now?
is not simply an idea, that is a theory.
if
It's
you
a
want to chime
fact.
in.
There
Oh, yeah.
is no established religion in the United States as per the Constitution, and there is no
Lord.
establishment of religion as a formal part of the state. In other
But there is a
countries, religion is a part of the state.
religion.
It's a part of
But there
the
is
body
a
politic of
predominant
the state.
religion.
It's not in the
There
United
is
States.
a predominant
It's
religion.
not
It's
saying that,
Christianity.
again, it's not saying that religion doesn't get involved in politics. It does.
Al's going to
That's
take
a
us down
different
the rabbit
aspect.
hole whether we want to go or
Yeah,
not.
yeah. Let's lock it down to the U.S. Let's close our borders here. Can we close our borders here? And try and limit this conversation to just the U.S. and keep it focused. And I think defrauding. Did you have anything to add in there?
Well, you know what's funny? While I was thinking about the word that you used, which was secular, I went ahead and I went and defined it really quick again to look for myself and see exactly what that entails. And secularity, also secular or secularness, is the state of being unrelated or neutral in regards to religion and irreligion. Anything that does not have explicit reference to religion, either negatively or positively, may be considered secular. Now, what's interesting about that is that the state may not necessarily be considered secular.
Yeah.
Some of the things in politics may not be considered secular.
No,
However, one of the things
I'm
that I
not touching
believe is
it.
secular could be something like, I don't
And
know,
I'm touching it down.
mathematics,
Yeah,
But
slide
science.
on down.
Those
I'm not
particular
touching
things
it.
do not have any root in morality or
I'm not
Christianity
talking
or
about
religion
religion.
of
They're
any
not
kind.
religious anyway. So
And I
That's
was just,
I'm
awesome.
it was
discussing
just
this.
a weird aha moment when it comes down to the word secular in itself.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's why, like, again, that's why I opened up with the specific definition,
That's
because
a
I
beautiful
understand
description.
the word secular. I know it doesn't have anything innately to just religion. It's just been associated with it. So
Right.
that's why I wanted to make sure that we understand this is the lane we're going to travel today, because obviously we're crossing borders and all kinds of stuff today. So I'm trying to avoid that.
And
Right. I
I
feel you
do
on that.
like, I have to
Thank
admit,
you,
I do
Defrauding. That's a
also like the
beautiful
definition that defrauding charlatan came
delineation.
up with in terms of secular. I also like that as well. Nothing against yours identity, but I do like his as well.
No, I don't take it personal. I just Googled it. it's
Okay.
it's all
No,
good.
it's
Just
the
trying to
same
be
thing.
polite.
Because I knew I thought I knew what the word meant without looking it up beforehand. Like you
Same.
grow up and you hear the term and you just accept the context that you hear it in.
Right.
And then when I looked it up, it was like, well, wait, we associate religion and all those things to the word, because it can be something else outside of religion. It's just, as defrauding defined it. But for today, I know it's used heavily for religion, so that's why I'm using it as not religious.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Sorry, Spirit Mouse. I had to mute you because you were loud in there in the noise. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. My question for you, Al. So when you say that there is a separation of our religion from, let's say, our running of government, when you hear something like, for example, the Protestant ethic, right, which it's a religious social concept among people in the United States of America. It's the foundation of our economic system. And our economic system is the foundation and the motivation for many of our laws and policies that we put in place in this country. So if you have an ethic that's guiding people in their economics and their politics that's based in a religion, is there really a separation of church and state? Or is it just something that we in a westernized country have said that we are doing to try to, because this is another thing. When you look at the United States of America, we often have a track record of trying to say we are not like other countries, even though we often are like the apex of what these other countries are. We often say we're not a dictatorship, but we're the apex dictatorship in the world.
Let me
So
Um,
just,
I want to
so
before you
let
chime
me,
in, Al, I wanted to make a statement on KK DeJour's comment here. Every dollar bill has "In God We Trust." When you swear your oath, they say, "So help you God." So I guess follow that up. Where is the separation?
There's none. There's none.
Well, what I would say is,
It's
I would just
lies.
get to. Well, I've already noted that point, so I'm not going to get into that. But what I found interesting about Spear Mouse was his point about the U.S. being the apex, right? And I guess it's the apex in terms of its achievement as a nation. Is that what you're saying?
Well, what I was saying is that oftentimes the United States of America says that we are not things that we are in fact the apex of. For example, we
Hmm.
call ourselves
Interesting.
we call ourselves a free nation, but if you actually
Right.
compare us to modern civilizations that are comparable, we seem to be the apex dictatorship, more so than Britain, more so than Germany, more so than some of these other Western European nations. That's what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is just because we say something in our laws doesn't mean that's what we actually follow in principle and in practice.
Exactly.
Well, let me just actually get to that point because I think it's interesting. I think I made the point about separation already, so I don't think I need to belabor that. But your
Well, you
interesting
don't.
point, even though that's not about secular aspects or any other aspects, the idea that the US is the apex of everything or of other nations is, I think, a fallacious belief, if it is a belief. I think it feeds into the idea of American exceptionalism and that the America or the US is an exception to other nations. And I think the problem with arguing that the US is an exception or except whether it's an exception to other nations or exceptional compared to other nations is that there I think it's easier to say that the US is not the apex, but it is dominant.
No, he
I
said
would not
apex.
look at the US as an apex or as, I'm just stating my view of it, as a model or a paradigm. I would argue that it is dominant in some respects, in some aspects of high technology, in its military, in certain economic aspects. Yeah, it's dominant. But
And it
I
exerts its
would not
dominance.
I would not say that it is an apex. That's just my view. Although you could
Well,
argue militarily in terms of wars that it is an apex predator.
well, Eisenhower said it when he left office. Okay, I'm sure you're familiar with his statement when he left office, and it
Well,
has
his
come to
presidential
fruition.
address, yes, his
It's
address
come to
upon leaving
fruition
office.
now. Hold on, because I listened to your opinion, and I
Mhm.
think that what Spirit Mouse said was excellent, and I believe that his use of the term apex was appropriate because it is signifies origin, and the United States has been an origin of a lot of crap globally. But we're not talking globally, we're talking secularism and morality as it exists in this society, in this empire. And for me, I go back to the original statement. It's about collectivity. It's about the group. For me, that's the lens that I look at it all through.
Okay.
So just
Interesting,
to kind of
but
bring it
like,
back in, we don't want to go
right.
global with this discussion. Just to try to bring it back in a little bit.
Well, right. But I'm responding to what he noted about the US's status in regards to other nations. That's why I'm responding to
I
that,
understand.
just to
I
make that
understand,
clear.
dear. I
Right.
understand. Mhm.
Okay. So
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 that's why I would say I don't view it as an apex personally. I'm just stating
okay,
my view. I see
okay,
the US as just the dominant nation, and
okay,
that's my view. I don't see it as a paradigm or model for other nations.
okay. Identity.
yes,
You were going to bring it back to morality, or
I was trying to let everybody get their little voice in, so we don't overtalk each other. I think Jackie Chambers is getting upset at me every time somebody overtalks. So,
I'm sorry, Jackie.
so yeah. So to kind of wrangle it back in, I was going over my questions. I've just jotted down. I think we left off the last one. Is it possible to be holy and immoral? And I'm using holy as godly, holy, holier than thou, whatever terminology I guess some of the leaders of some of these institutions are calling themselves, can you be immoral and holy at the same time? I think everyone answered that question, correct? I think defrauding left. Yeah, I think he dropped off. So, and my example for that was molestation in the church. I know that's a thing that make you cringe, but it's a reality. It is a reality.
And it goes across religions. It goes across the different
denominations. Oh yes.
Not only in the Baptist church, it's very heavy in the Catholic church and other churches as well.
And as a part of like just learning different things that's going on, and I kind of stumbled on the documentary The Keepers. I have never seen anything like it, but it's literally just telling the story of a 30-year cover up at specific institutions. I'll let you watch the documentary and see the details of it, but it's shocking to see that level. And again, I take a step back and I'm looking at that like, wait a minute. I understand, these people are holding certain, I guess, powerful positions in these institutions, but that alone does not make you holy.
No, it doesn't. And the actions and the harm that they produce is what is turning off the youth, in my opinion, is because, young people, they have really good radar. They really do. But the norms and the conditions that we put them through in terms of parenting and all these kinds of things, it kind of dumbs them down a little bit. But I like to keep them free and expressing and saying exactly what they see, because what I might miss, they will see. And I need to know what they see, because, there's a lot of people in high places cloak themselves in robes and crosses and all this kind of stuff, and they're just full of it. And I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the harm that they are producing in our communities. And I'm sick of their benign neglect, honestly.
Yes. Yeah. And what shocked me was the level of protection that was in place.
It's
that was so shocking to me, because it literally removes any kind of accountability, even to the point up to death. Like nothing happens to certain people, even if that information is on hand with the proper authorities. It still didn't move. And it didn't make sense to me, even just on the human level, even on the spiritual level, it didn't make sense. Like, why is this happening?
So the question is begged to be asked: how can you live with yourself doing these kinds of things? So this is why I bring it all back to sustainability and the collective. It's because how can I rise from a night of rest knowing that these kinds of things are occurring in my community? How can I rise and greet the sun and get a proper bearing on my day, which I want to include with goodness? I want to include with kindness. I want to include with inclusivity. How can I do that and not speak out about these atrocities that are occurring, or to shut little lambs down who are speaking about these atrocities that are occurring to them? So there is a definite right and wrong, and I like to couch it between the collective and sustainability. I just like that because it's life-giving. I'm about giving life and knowledge.
Identity. Do you have any more questions? I'm just curious.
I'm running them off and letting people react to them, because I already know what's in my head. I want to know what everyone else is thinking about it. Defrauding, welcome back. I think, what do you have, phone issues or something? I don't know.
Yeah, somebody had called during the show, and for whatever reason, it changes the audio quality. Like, I was hearing you guys in slow motion and all kinds of stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know how that goes. Did you have anything to jump in on that last topic?
She said something interesting about the kids being able to ask grown people questions.
Well, first off, let me do the introduction. Defrauding Charlatans. That's Carla Martin. Carla Martin. That's Defrauding Charlatans.
Hey, baby.
Hey, how's it going, Carla Martin? I've seen you in the chat a couple times.
Yeah, I'll be around.
Yeah, you had said something earlier that was really interesting, about asking questions and then being able to ask questions and
Yes.
people in general. And it goes back to an old folk tale, which was the emperor wears no clothes. So basically, it was like all these other people that was around the emperor. They knew the emperor was naked,
Yes.
long story short, and everybody was in agreement. So it was the most beautiful thing they ever seen. It took for a child to say unapologetically, "Hey, that man's naked," and like this is what
Right.
we have, and the problem that's going on is people don't want to get in trouble. They don't want to be canceled. They don't want to be put in
They don't want to
into
be
because of
shamed.
what they're saying. Right. They don't want to be shamed. There's already a power system in place, and religion has been that power system for eons. So it's kind of like one of those cases where it's like the police can know about it, but if your chief is inside of this religion and he's going to private luncheons with this pastor, he's not going to say nothing. If
Ooh, I
your
like that.
politicians are on board, they're not going to say anything. Everybody is politically connected into this church, and they're all meeting in the same living room. They're going to
Hmm.
luncheons together. They're bowling at on Tuesday night or something like that. These people are
That's
all in
right.
league with each other. And as a fellowship and as a community, if they take that person down, they lose a friend. They lose Dan. Dan is out of the social circle now. Some of the
Yeah.
things that they were able to do, like get tax write-offs and say that they were donating to
They
the
lose
church,
standing.
all,
Yes.
all those things start to go away. So the thing is that because they're playing that political game with the church, and because the church has so much that can be offered to them, that's where they can make money and get a good image off of it. They're not going to do anything to hurt that church. They're not going to do anything to hurt the fellowship. Not going to do anything to hurt faith. It's just not going to happen. So
Hmm.
therefore,
And,
they
and
will cover it up.
yeah, and they sacrifice their morality in the process of that defrauding. That's what I think is so valuable about what you're saying, and the point that you're bringing up is that up under this umbrella of religion and faith, they're doing all kinds of things that are immoral, and people lose standing. People lose standing in their communities based upon that. They lose standing in the church house. I mean, we got all kind of storefront churches in the DMV. I'm in the DC area, y'all, and I love to see the people going to church because it meant something to me as a child, and being raised by my grandmother. It was a very precious time, right? But when I got older and started to look around and see what was really going on, I started to see people, women that I respected, kind of hide their eyes and be shrunken by these jackals. That's what I call them. They're jackals. And it built up a fire in me. It really did. It built up a fire of justice in me. And it built up a fire of picking up for somebody who's being bullied, and speaking my strength and giving my strength to others, and I will do that to the day that I die. And I encourage that in my grandsons, and they're young people, and I encourage that to them. I always want to know what's going on with them. I always want to know what they see, because they see things I may be missing, and
Yeah.
their view is valuable. I want them to be able to come to me with everything, and let's talk about it. I might not have all the answers, but let's talk about it, baby, because I'm going to make sure you're going to be all right at the end. You're going to be straight, because I'm not going to let this world straighten you out. I'm going to straighten you out.
Right.
So,
Better listen.
I wanted to
okay.
kind of go deeper into something that defrauding was talking about.
Sure.
So,
Go ahead.
you were talking about how it's all these people, like all the other people in a community that are connected to the church, and it's funny. I was just watching a video on YouTube about some pastor, I guess in Alabama, got caught up with like a sexual. Oh, okay, well here, come on, stand on up there then. Sorry about that. Some pastor in Alabama got caught up with a sexual assault charge. And, one of the things I was saying to myself is one of the reasons why I feel like we stay so silent on it is not just because everybody is connected to the church, but what happened in the church is low-key happening in everybody's home. And
Yeah.
so you can't talk
That
about the
too.
pastor having sex with 30% of the teenage girls in the congregation when your father is molesting your sister, when your brother is having sex
Ouch.
with 16-year-old girls and he's in his 30s. You see what I'm saying? If any one of us calls it out, it's a whole community of us that could call out stuff about us. And that's why
Right.
we don't say nothing.
I mean,
Well,
there's some truth in that. I do, I'm not saying that it only happens in church. It's just, I guess my problem with it is the fact that that when it happens in a situation where you don't, as a kid, I wouldn't even imagine something like that being possible. Not just because it's immoral, not just because of that. In my head as a kid, I always wondered, why would God allow this? And I struggle
Well,
with that for years. Like, how do I come to grips with understanding, like, is there control here that's not really control, or is there
well,
this just opened up more questions in my head, really.
And see,
yeah.
the church
And
does
so,
a really
and my
good
thing,
job. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead, baby.
The church does a really good job of answering your question in a circle. So what they'll do is when you ask a question like that, well, why would God allow it? They'll sit back and they'll tell you, hey, God allows bad things to happen even to good
You
people,
didn't have it
so
over there
that
with
way
you?
God can use evil for good. You remember the story of Job? That's the exact line, the exact
Here, watch
thing
him.
that
I'll
they'll
go
say to
for it.
you. It is the
Yeah.
exact rhetoric. They always
That
have an
feeds,
answer and they refer you back to a story from the Bible where somebody got done wrong that was doing the right thing. And it was a test, it was trials and
right,
tribulations, it was
right.
him using evil for good. And they became a champion at the end. It's always that story. It's
And
always
so,
about the underdog.
And so that's the reason why I like to imbue our children with power. I like to imbue them with their own voices, is because that stuff occurs. I don't have any experience with it personally. I know it existed, and I've seen it. I've seen it early in life, midlife, and later life. I see it, right? And so that's why I like to imbue our children with power. Speak to me. Tell me. Don't be worried about what's going to happen to me. Tell me
Yes.
what you're seeing. Tell me about your day. And this starts at the dinner table, right? I don't want the devices at the dinner table. Now, and they love to come over here, right? Because I give them whatever they want, right? But when it's time to sit at the table and talk, we're going to sit at the table and talk. And if I tell you that I want a story from you every night of your vacation, and I want a picture of your day, I want that, because I have, I contribute. So I want that. I want their voices to be heard. And I don't need them to be concerned about what's going to happen to me. Nothing's going to happen to me, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to amplify your vision. I'm going to amplify your voice. And your voice has a place at the table, just like the head of the table. I want to hear about it, because I'm looking with grandma eyes, but I'm listening with baby ears, you know?
Oh,
And so
wow.
that is that dynamic and that intergenerational thing is why I'm on YouTube, you guys, really, because there are a lot of people that are beautiful souls in this sector, if you want to call it that. And I just like to come in and support you and let you know from an older lens what's really important. And if you can imbue them young ones with the spirit of freedom in terms of speaking what they see, speaking what they're experiencing, regardless, then we can protect them better. And that leads us to sustainability of the collective. It's all about the village. And so I always kind of try to just give them their space, put the device down. Grandma gonna let you do everything you want to do on the phone and on the controllers or whatever. I don't get into all of that, but I let them have their time. But when I say it's time to put it down and come to the table and let's talk, I want to talk. I want to know what you experienced that day. I want to know what it felt like, what it looked like, what it tasted like, what it smelled like. I
Well,
want to.
it's interesting that you made mention that you've come to these realizations getting, to a certain age and starts appreciating things and seeing things in a different light. I guess that brings another issue, I guess, that popped in my head just now. We're talking about institutions that have senior staff and people of a certain age and have seen things, and it's like, how come that wisdom that you just dropped is
Because
not
they got
common?
bought off. They got bought off. They sellouts. They're sellouts, honey. It's simple.
Yeah.
It's a capitalist society, right? We have to remember, and we cannot forget about this part. Please don't forget about this part. This is a capitalist structure. It's not meant for us. It's not meant for village people. It's meant for individuals. It's with a Euro lens. We can't forget about that, y'all. They can never.
Carla's crossing borders.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
Go
I'm
ahead,
just going to
go
say
ahead.
this, that they can never have enough. It's for the immoral folks, they can never have enough. They can't. Because they're not grounded in their village. They're not grounded in the collective. They're about individualism up and out. I want you out as soon as possible. That's not our way. It's not.
Yeah.
Well,
And that's where you're right and wrong. That's where your morality comes from.
Okay. I'm more interested because it's been interesting to hear what individuals here have said, and it's been really interesting. But I wanted to kind of get back to, and I don't know if you have questions in this regards, identity, more the title of your discussion, which is secular and morality, because that interested me. That's what's interesting to me. This
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, this is like that branch off of this is part of it. Because once you start talking about religion and you start talking about where these cultural beliefs come from and all those things, it's kind of intertwined.
I see that you're looking at the opposite of that. And I think that's been pretty well explained. But what I'm interested in is getting to the idea that you said in your topic, which is secular and morality. That's what I'm interested in.
Yes, but my question, actually, one of my questions was asking, is it possible to be holy and immoral? So in that context, we're talking about, people in prominent positions, relatively prominent, and actually doing immoral acts. Does that make them unholy? So this is in the same realm. This is in the same realm because it's part of the conversation that it's not about them being holy. Because honestly, as I got older, I started realizing that's just the title. Because if a man puts on a robe, that doesn't mean he doesn't want to do something to children if he really wanted to do it. It took me years to realize that, because I used to hold people in with high esteem in those positions.
Absolutely.
And that's the challenge for me. So when Carla's talking about where that foundation should be, and I agree with her. What she was just dropping is like, why is that not part of, as people are seeing life and experiencing life, even if they go into a religious institution, why does it have to change to something else? So it's along the lines of my thought process. So I wouldn't call this a deviation. But I hear what you're saying. We're going to touch.
That's what's interesting to me. That's what's interesting to me is your question. So I'm curious. I'll just say this. I do want to ask, did you have any more questions? Because I wanted to hear whether you had any more questions.
So that was.
I have a question for Al.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Al, before we leave this area of the topic, I just want to ask you: do you think that your position as a confirmed bachelor with no offspring, has led you to any of your positions on this topic?
Oh, well.
Or do you feel that you can't adequately reply to this topic.
Depends on what you mean by the topic. Do you mean the question on
I mean the topic
secular
of morality and the topic of the life. I'm talking about the topic of the life and your lived experience. I am speaking directly to you right now about the topic that is listed and your lived experience.
Well, here's the thing. That's
Now,
a whole
I
other
want you to
topic.
be careful. I want you to be careful.
Well, being a bachelor is a whole other topic. You know, being
We're
a
not
bachelor
going
and
down
my
that
being
line.
single is a
I
whole
just
other
asked
topic.
you a direct question.
Well, you brought it up.
Do you think you're limited? The question is again, do you think you are limited by you being a confirmed bachelor with no offspring on this topic? Simple question. Yes or no? Simple, brother.
Limited. Well, I didn't really chime in to the topic. So
You were the first one. You were the first one on the panel, Al. Come on. Answer the question. I'm not trying to.
No.
Al,
No,
I'm not trying to
are
put
you
you down.
referring
I'm just
to the
asking. I'm asking. I'm going to ask you the question again. Do you think? Do you think your status as a confirmed bachelor with no offspring limits you in this topic?
Wow.
You mean the question that's
the question that I just asked you? I can repeat it.
No, because you
No,
just talked about something else recently.
No. You know what? It's not relevant. It's not relevant.
Yeah, I do appreciate the dialogue.
If you're talking about the topic under discussion.
No, it's not relevant. Just dismiss it. Dismiss it, Al. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I'll say this. The only thing I'll say is I don't really want to discuss my being single because I don't think my being single has anything to do with the topic itself. I'm interested in the topic because it's about this idea of sex.
I think I know where Carla was going, but
she
said she doesn't care for the answer.
Yeah, forget about it. It was a poor question. I apologize.
Right, that's my point.
Yeah, I think I knew where you were going with that.
And I didn't want to get into another area. That's why I didn't want to get into that.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay, cool. Thank you. Right. Yes, thank you.
Right. So I wanted to go to identity again.
Yes.
I mean, if you want to ask me about being single, you can do it on another forum if possible. I'd be glad to talk about it. But I didn't want to get into that here because I do think that's
no. Yeah, no.
No, we're good. We're good. So, what's that?
What I wanted to know is whether, again, you had any other questions. That's what I'm curious about. Because I'm listening to your questions. I'm listening to everyone we're on. Do you have any further questions?
I did have a statement here. It's not necessarily a question. It was something for me to look up. The divine command theory. Morality is just God's commandments. I don't know. I didn't dive deep into that. I was actually starting to do that right before the show. But I guess it plays along with the lines of conversation we've had. But my main questions have been answered. Oh, wait, I do have another one. Wow.
Yeah.
Scratch notes here. Is God at work unbeknownst to me?
See, that leads back into the other thing of why does all this bad stuff happen if God is in charge? For me, it all goes back to free will, and that, I have a system of belief that we're processing ourselves through different beings, different entities or different realities. I will say that, different realities, right? And so I got cancer. And so I, thought I was a very good person. I did a lot of good things for people that I didn't even know, but I did it because it was the right thing to do. But at a certain age, I came down with a diagnosis, and I relied on a lot of other people to lift my spirit. It wasn't my religion that they was lifting. They was lifting me. So I believe in free will. I believe that what I think and what I meditate on controls my day. And in setting my day up as best as I can, the only thing I can do is put myself out there and be the best Carla that I can to everyone that I interact with. And so I don't like the, you know, he didn't answer my prayer, and I've been praying, and I got this. I don't. I'm a doer. I'm not a passive individual in life. I've never been a passive individual. I think it would kill me to be passive.
So I'm gonna give you a little
I'm gonna
context of
jump
how
in a
that one
second.
came. Sure, I'm just, and you might probably want to talk about this too. I'll give you a little context of where that question in my head came from. Is God at work, unbeknownst to me? Um, to this day, I'm still struggling with the concept of either God being internal or external, regardless of whether you believe in him or not. If you don't believe in him, is he still working? And if you do, where is he? And when I'm saying he, because that's
Yeah,
the cultural thing, right? The
I
dude to say
get you.
he.
Okay.
I really want to say it as an entity, not as
Yes.
a
Yes.
personified entity. Um, yeah, so that's where that came from. That's where that question came from. I don't know, even if I do believe, and I say I'm 100% believer. Well, where is it? Where is it coming from? Is it up
Where's the
high,
proof?
or
There's
is it
no
in
proof.
me?
Yeah, it's in you. There's no proof. It's in you. The God is in you. That's my perspective. That's my opinion. I'd be happy to sit back and listen to anybody else. But my God is in me, and what I create around me with my thoughts and my actions and the people who love me. And they lift me and have lifted me. I'm almost on 5 years now, y'all. So but I didn't share it. I didn't say for a minute, why me? No, this is what life is. This is it. This is it. And so it wasn't about, well, poor me. No, it's like, it's time to fight. Let's go.
Yeah.
Hit me with your best shot.
Interesting.
Wait,
I'll
one
just
second, because I think defrauding. He been
okay.
meaning to jump in, and I've been cutting him off. I apologize.
Oh no, it's all good. I was just giving that forewarning before, so I could get a chance when y'all was ready.
We're
Well,
ready.
I just wanted to, I'm going to go into the chat. And I just, before I left, just wanted to kind of just give my perspective, just brief perspective, and make it brief in terms of what I think the topic is as far as I'm concerned. In terms of my response to that, I would say, as per the definitions in regard to secular morality and in the secular aspect, I would say that I think, as was noted in the definition, morality was defined as right and wrong according to the positions and views of those within the whatever the context is, cultural context or social context or what have you. And thus, I absolutely think that there is a secular morality, and that because I believe that people who are secular and constructs that are secular have a sense of right and wrong, and a sense of what works in that social and cultural context within secularism and doesn't work. And that would be my response to that. I think you've gotten into a lot of other issues which are kind of interesting to hear, but just didn't have any bearing on that specific aspect. But it was interesting
Thank you.
to hear other people's responses and their views. So I thank
Thank
everyone
you,
for
Al.
their view and aspects, and I'll go into the chat and maybe talk to people there. But
Thanks, Al.
thanks for having me. Identity.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, I was gonna go ahead and jump in real quick.
Do your thing, man.
So, I guess I'm gonna piggyback off what both of them just said. One of the things I've noticed about religion, or things that I have definitely started to read in school when you go to other subjects, like when you look at philosophy, um, different sciences, they always tell you that there are certain people to look towards, like Nietzsche, for instance, who said that religion was the poor man's opium, right? A lot of people would hear that and go like, oh, they're trying to say that, they're trying to diminish the value of religion and everything else like that. And that's not exactly what he's saying. What he was saying is that it has the ability to influence people's behavior, the way they think. It has the ability to make them do things that are not intrinsically in their best interest. It has them acting altruistically, which is where you do more for others than you do for yourself. In that
Yes.
regard, this means that you will be inclined to give your last dollar. And then you will be inclined to give this last dollar to the church, who may use it for whatever they told you they'll use it for or may not. You never
Right.
know. The people that start these churches, the people that get into this church business, they may not always be in the best mindset. They may have came in with ill intentions from the beginning. If you look at it from the outside and you realize what kind of businesses you can get into, religion is probably one of the best businesses you can get into. It
For real.
has a system where you can't be taxed. Things that you get tax breaks. I'm sorry, you get tax breaks and all that other kind of stuff. Some places you can't be taxed, and then at the same time, you can buy things underneath the name of the church as a business. So what you can do is you can go out, buy land, buy real estate, and buy it all underneath the business. And then as long as you are the named person that's the sole owner of this business name, franchise, trademark, different things like that, then you own it. At a particular point in time, you can have so much real estate and so much money and put it into all kinds of different kinds of investment stocks and different things like that, where you can live off of your stock matures, or you can live off of the money that's in the bank. You can live off of all these other things and still collect money from the people. And then you collect so much money that sometimes can go unaccounted for, that you can still give them the banquet that you promised. You can still give them all the other things like the shoes, the toy drive. You can do all that stuff, but you still have all this extra money. And that is one of the things that the church has gotten good at, and it's always been good at that. It's been good at that since the days of the kings, but we won't get into that. We'll keep the borders closed. But the thing is again, it's just the fact that with the church, they have the ability to make people think differently. It kind of relates to the last subject you had of where when you're inside of a group, all of a sudden you gain a new identity, and your original identity that was, specific to you starts to fade away within that group. Things that
It's
weren't
peer
acceptable
pressure.
before become acceptable now within this group. You notice that other people in the church are doing different things. There's a hierarchy system. You're noticing that
Yes.
they're getting better cars and they're starting to get a nice house, and they got their stuff always manicured. They're always looking good in church. They're wearing Egyptian cotton and whatnot, and they're telling you about it. And you're wondering, why is it that everybody's disassociated with the church and some kind of position of power in this hierarchy making all this money? And
Right.
they tell me in the very same breath that I need to be not thinking about monetary gain. I need to not think intrinsically. I need to think altruistically. I need to give up and give things. Why is
Sacrifice.
it that, yeah, sacrifice, yet they're not sacrificing, yet they're not living altruistically? Not
Exactly.
to the point as what I'm doing. So
Yes.
it's one of those cases where it's that was something I noticed that when you were talking. And the next thing I noticed is that when Al was asking a question about how it all ties in and how it all mixes in, basically I was looking at the fact that community in itself as a whole, every last bit and part of it mixes in to the identity of some sort of church, because they're telling you that even if you're not caught by the authorities, by law enforcement, that there's an omnipotent God that can see you 24/7. And at every particular moment in time, he's able to see everything that you did wrong, and he's writing down every wrong you ever had. And at the end of the day, when you pass away, even if you got away with all this heinous stuff, you will be judged. That's what they tell you. And because you will be judged, this means that you should constantly live in fear. And that term God fearing comes up
Yeah.
because
That,
he's
yeah.
able to
Ugh.
see everything you did wrong. He's able to punish you while you're here on earth, and he's able to punish you in
Forever.
eternally,
Forever.
eternally able to punish you. And this is like one of the best tools ever to keep order, to keep people in line,
Yes.
to
Yes.
keep people from utilizing the tricks and the scams and the different crimes that they're using. They're telling you who you can't have sex with, when you can't have sex, how you can't have it. They're doing it. They're telling you what you can do with your money and what you can't do with your money, what kind of businesses you can't be involved in. Yet they're investing in those businesses. So it's kind of like they tell you even as much that the politics, you shouldn't be involved in that. And nowadays we see pastors that are state representatives. So it's kind of
Preach.
like,
Preach.
how is it that you can be for the people, for their morality and saving souls and in the business of saving souls, and you can also be in the business of working for the church at the same time? I could have sworn that it was said in the Bible that you give to Caesar what is Caesar's and you give to God what is God's. If that is the case, then you need to be working in God's business and not in the business of Caesar. But nowadays they're doing both. You're able to work in
Yes.
the business of Caesar while you're also able to work in the business of God.
Are you in a roundabout way saying that religion is secular?
Hey, if the shoe fits.
That one just came to me. That's all. Go ahead, keep rocking. My bad.
I
so
love it.
so it comes down to the fact of the matter is that they're going around telling you all these half truths. They're telling you things that are not necessarily correct, and they're doing things that are completely different from what they're telling you to do. And at the same time, again, it just makes it easier for them to utilize those doors. It makes it easier for them to go through these avenues and get all the riches. And they tell you don't ask questions. You can't ask that question. Why
Yeah.
would you be asking me that as a Christian? As a Christian, you need to keep your head down, read the
And
book,
shut up and be
come to
quiet.
church, right? Shut up and be quiet. Come to church on Wednesday and Sunday, Bible study on Wednesday, and on Sunday, I'm gonna tell you the same thing I've been telling you for the last 4 or 5 years now, and we're gonna continue to rock this out until the end of whenever your lifespan is. And you need to continue to put into the church, you need to continue to give. And it's kind of like, and a lot again, next week they will say something that contradicts what they just said this week. Next week, it'll be a completely different scripture, and they all contradict each other anyway, but it'll be a completely different scripture, and it'll contradict everything he said last week. And it'll always be about the intrinsic and the altruistic. It always boils down to that. It always boils down to somebody's giving, somebody's receiving. They tell you that, with the Catholic Church, they said you can't have any graven images of Jesus Christ. Yet they have graven images of Jesus Christ. They still have Jesus Christ on the cross. And when you really read about it and you really get into the schematics of religion, how it works,
Yes.
when you
Yeah.
have Jesus Christ on the cross, you are more so celebrating the death of Jesus Christ. But the purpose of the story is about the rising of Jesus Christ. That's the whole catch of the story. The whole catch to the story is that he rose again and he was a sacrificial lamb. But if you have him on the cross still, it's not symbolizing he rose again. It's symbolizing the death. It's symbolizing the suffering. And that is something that they want you to be able to identify really well with in the Christian church. They want you to identify with suffering. When things happen to you that's bad, when things aren't going right, you need to be subservient. You need to remember that suffering is all a part of the Christian experience. Look, they gave up his only begotten son. And if that can happen to him, a man who's never sinned, of course, what's happening to you is able to happen. I
It's
mean, that guy
okay.
never
It's
sinned.
okay.
Right, it's
Suffering is
okay.
salvation. Suffering is salvation.
Right,
I,
you get close to
I reject
godliness.
that. I reject that wholeheartedly. I'm not going to cut you off, but
Go ahead.
identity. I need to drop off, but I just wanted to say because I see we got some sisters in the chat. Sisters get ready to come up. QT and
Yeah.
Stargate.
By the way, Mrs. VSN, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss VSN. That's a strong sister right there. But I just wanted to back up what defrauding charlatans was saying, and then I'm gonna drop off and let my other sisters come up. It all relates back to the hierarchy of needs for me, because we're progressing through this thing we call life, right? And so I just want us to be mindful of the collective good that we can do in terms of sustaining ourselves. And so it goes back to meeting the physiological needs, meeting the safety needs of our existence, of our spirit, right? Of our person, and belongingness and love needs. And so, when we talk about, you can't do this sex, you can't do that sex. No, everybody needs to feel loved. Everybody needs that as a condition of living. And then we need to have a feeling that we matter, that we are important, that we are accomplishing something in our life. And then, at the top of it is the big one is self-actualization, where we're good. We can look out on our day and smile. You know what I'm saying? And so to me, if we can encompass ourselves around the fact that we all need to go through these 5 different stages and help each other where we find each other in those stages. I don't need no religion. I don't need nothing else. You know what I'm saying? I know what's going to be right and wrong. From that standpoint, I just want to live, and I want to let live, and I want to bring my people up, through this journey and not have to go through every damn trap that I went through. You see what I'm saying? So I'm getting ready to drop off. Identity, I thank you.
Appreciate you
for this session. It was good. I loved it. Thank you so much.
I appreciate your time. Hello, ladies.
Hi, Identity. Hi, Defraud.
Hey,
Hi, Star.
Identity. Hi, QT. And hey, who else is on the panel?
Defraud and Charlton.
Oh, Defraud and Charlatans. What's up, bro?
Yeah, I think he fell off, but he'll be back.
Okay.
I know I wanted to piggyback. It's crazy because I popped on here to pretty much say what he was saying. And that comment that Rodney put, I wanted to say that as well. And here, I wanted to give him an answer to those questions he was just putting out there. This is the way I see it. There is fine print in invisible ink in your religion, quote unquote, when you get the signing up for things. And it's a no morality clause, because there are no morals. There are not, because the foundation is supposed to be love. And when you just put that out there, that gives you everything to nourish your soul, mind, spirit. If you are loving one another. And at the same time, I don't believe in that, still love your neighbor though. You get what I'm saying? So
yes.
And what Rodney put, and I'm gonna say this from a personal perspective. The most quote unquote Christian people that I know will be the first ones to do the opposite of what their teaching is, meaning judge people, cut a person off, talk about them behind their back. You get what I'm saying? Do all of that. I have one, how long have I known this guy? Probably since 7th grade. One of my longest friends that I've had, right? And one thing about it, he is at church all the time. Here's the thing though. He was a drug addict, morally bankrupt. But I just meet people where they are. It is what it is. Because when you meet people at a young age and then you see them go through life, things happen. So I've always stayed a friend. With that being said, I saw him, I want to say probably about 4 or 5 months ago. And we were kind of talking about this type of stuff. And I remember saying to him, I said, you know what? You, my dear, are my kind of Christian. Simply because It's right in your face. If anybody has any questions about this Christianity or religion in general, okay, you are the face. It's like, why you say that? I said, because you don't give a damn. You would tell a person, I don't care. He would cuss you out. He would do dirty deeds, the whole nine, and turn right around and say, I don't give up because I can repent and I'm still going to heaven. Okay? Real. And I was just like, yo, okay, yeah, you my kind of, because you just don't tell it. See, them other ones be faking the phone. They live the same way.
It's like having the cheat code.
There you go. That's what it is. And so, and that's why I said that invisible fine print, okay? Because at the end of the day, just like Charlotte was saying, you know what? They do this, tell you not to do it. And I've always said, how we all know that religion is man-made, but we all know that man is fallible. So how does that even work?
Well, actually, that statement alone, people will probably contradict what you just said, or at least challenge it,
Right.
because of the nature of the history of it. Right. I'm not challenging. I'm listening. But yeah, that definitely would be contested if you brought it to the
Absolutely.
masses.
Everywhere I go, I bring that up and it's contested. But I'm constantly waiting for someone to just change my mind, or at least give me something to roll with that would change my thinking about it. And the reason I say that, I mean, even the King James Bible alone, I mean, we know he wrote down things that he wanted to put in there to change the way things were happening in his time. Henry too, was Henry the Eighth one of them? You know what I'm saying? Because he wanted to get a divorce. So it's like when you know that type of history, okay, then how am I supposed to trust that? I've even gotten into it with people where I say, yeah, I've read it, and and no matter what your perspective is in terms of religion itself, okay, if you're reading the Bible, how does it cover everyone the same way when no one's life is the same? And what I meant by that is this: like we're all on this panel right now, we don't live the same type of lives. We all have our own experiences, we all have our own challenges, right? We may have our own goals, things of that nature. So
this is YouTube. We're all making six figures. What are you talking about?
Okay, that part.
Okay.
So it's like
Hello, Google.
with that notion, how then can we all read the same verse in scripture in the Bible and take away the exact same thing? Can anybody answer that question?
Well, I think in my personal journey, I've learned that the idea of it, or just like everyone having a different perspective, it just makes it subjective, which means I wouldn't say it's something I would lean wholeheartedly on if we can't agree on one page together.
Right.
Everyone has like some level of disagreement with you can read the same exact single statement and have 10 different variations of interpretation.
Absolutely. And that's been my point.
That scared me. Which kind of made me where I am now. Is like I'm trying to figure out where my footing should be, but I know it's not on one of the greatest rumors ever told. I don't want it to be on that.
Well, wait though. See, and even that statement right there. See, this is a difference of opinion.
About mind
it didn't
control.
Scare me. That's the crazy part. It didn't scare me. It enlightened me. You know what it did? It enlightened me because
it scared the hell out of me.
It said to me that even if you believe, right, you still have to at some point recognize, if you believe in God, right, that God has given you free will. God has given you the brain to use to know that this right here today, this is for you. The way you're taking this in, it is meant solely for you and your circumstances that you are in right now. Okay, that should give a person who's a believer, in my opinion, comfort that it doesn't mean what the person down the street said, because they said this is exactly what he means. How are you telling me exactly what God means when you don't know God like that? Where was y'all hanging?
Right.
You understand? So That's what I mean by that. It's like,
I just don't like the comfort people get in its flexibility. Like they're able to
But it's
make
always
it
been
mean
that
what they
way.
want it to be. I know that's again,
They
obviously I
had
think you
lynching
guys
parties after church. They celebrated having slaves in church. Hello?
yes,
we hear
yes,
you.
yes, yes.
Okay. So it's always been that way. I don't think that's something that's ever going to change, and it was used to control people too. So it's kind of hard to give that up.
Definitely stick around for my final thought.
Oh, jeez.
And I
Yeah.
think
I
it's
real
not
quick, I may
just
not be on the panel when you do the final thought. I'll be listening though, just so you
Yeah,
know. But matter of fact, let me just hop off now because I said pretty much what I wanted to say, and I want to hear what
I
Defrauding is going to say
appreciate
after
you.
that. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. I'll be listening. Okay, thanks for
All
having
right,
me.
no
Bye,
problem.
Gypsy one.
See
Bye.
you, QT.
Yep, that was great. I was gonna say that I think personally it's not just one particular religion that does this. I think all of them do it. All of them know it. Every last one of these religions know what it is that they're doing and what this has the ability to do. They understand that by giving a person a purpose, because in a sense, you find it scary that we can all have different interpretations. There's some people that find it scary that it's an unknown factor out there. We don't know what happens after death. We don't know what the whole scale of life is for, what the purpose and the meaning is, and some people don't have a purpose or a meaning. So they don't have the ability to make one on their own because they just don't want to. They just want to find another purpose, another meaning. The church provides those people that lack that creativity or the ingenuity to have a purpose, to have a rhyme or a reason for the things that they do. And it also, once again, it monitors how people behave. It controls and keeps the peace. It keeps everybody in accordance. For those who can't obey the law of the land, we have this other law that can also, provoke peace. And if you can't get
True.
down with either one of these, we can put you in prison. You know what I mean? So, like, that's the
Yep.
thing that they do with control. Control is extremely important because they don't want chaos. If you're rich and you have everything and you're doing well and others are not, you want to keep control. You don't want those people that have not to come and take from the people that have. So the best way to do it is to keep that order, is to keep that line, is to keep all these levels of multiple layers of division in between myself and those that don't have it. And that is one of the things that they have always done. It's one of the things that they've always kept. And then another good thing about religion that a lot of people here probably didn't realize, or should I say, not good thing, but good thing for them. A lot of times in the old days, it was hard to take down a prestigious family. It was hard to take down a religious family. It was hard to take down a political family. Sometimes what you had to do is if you can't take them down financially and beat them in the monetary value game, the other thing you can do is destroy a person by public opinion. So the
Hmm.
thing is that you could always sit there and say that, hey, this person isn't in accordance with morality. This person isn't in accordance with whatever the law of the land, or should I say the religion is here. And this person did this, and shaming them and using all that information that you've acquired on them and just putting it out there at the right time at the right place, that has control over the rich as well. They don't want to be publicly shamed. Like they don't want to have any parts of that.
That's
So
true.
that
You
is
know what?
another tool that's used on them.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's actually interesting that you're talking about that. When I was in high school, we had to read that book, The Crucible, that
Yeah.
book about
Stargate, you can
the
jump
Salem
in
witch
after
trials.
Spirit Mouse.
And one of the things that my teacher at the time said that people don't really talk about the Salem witch trials. It wasn't just about, you know, men accusing women of being witches because it was men trying to keep over their hold on women. When it actually was, it was a way for men
Have you going out, Spirit
to
Mouse?
Yeah, we're
seize
losing him.
other men's property. Because if you can, a lot of those, you can hear me?
No, you're in and out.
Oh, can you?
No, you might have to go out and come back in.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Oh, there
Yep.
you go. There
Oh
you
yeah,
go.
that sounds good.
Okay. Sorry about that. I don't know what it was. I was going in my car and my phone was connected via Bluetooth to the car, so I think that kind of messed up the sound connection. But what
Gotcha.
I was saying was my teacher was saying that a lot of what happened with the Salem witch trials, it wasn't just purely like we talk about the Salem witch trials as, oh, it was men trying to exact their dominance over women. But actually, a lot of it was men attacking the economics of other men. If you could prove that somebody in the household was a witch, you could seize their property. The court would give
Yes,
you their
sir.
property if you could prove that somebody was a witch. Well, if I want my next door neighbor's farm because he's doing better than me and I'm hating, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna say that his wife is a witch, and it's even better if his wife has like a black house slave or something like that. Because I could just lie and say, oh, she's learning witchcraft from the black slave. Boom, she gets lynched, he gets lynched, the black woman gets lynched, I get their property. And that was really going on.
Yep, that was
Wow.
the power move of the century back then. That's what they were
Yeah.
doing. And you
I
can
mean,
see it still happening today. Like they still do it. They still do it. Like even in something as small as in the YouTube game, they'll sit here and they'll dox people, put certain people's information out there. They attack the person and publicly shame the person. So therefore, the message no longer matters anymore. I can seize their fans or their supporters that watch their channel because I can defame this person in front of all of you. And after I defame this person, all of his followers will come over here to me. That's normally the goal, right?
That's what
That's
they're
normally what
thinking.
they want. Right. And that's
That's
the
what they're
game. That's what they're
defrauding you.
thinking.
Just wow. That's all I can say.
I'm glad you guys are witnessing the comings of defrauding charlatans show to
I
come
mean,
soon.
yeah, yeah. Get that channel going. We ready to
Yeah, this
sub,
dude.
man.
Yeah, I'm just happy he's willing to rock with me till he gets ready to. So I
Well,
appreciate
and
it, man.
even the two of you together are a good combo. Just throwing
Yeah,
that
Yeah,
out
I
there.
enjoy rocking out on this show. Love it.
yeah,
Yeah, because you
yeah,
don't go up on many. Is Stargate okay?
yeah.
Is
Star,
she
I'm
out there?
sorry.
Can y'all hear me?
Oh,
Yeah,
there she is.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I probably interrupted the show when I
No,
was
you
saying,
were
"Can y'all
going in
hear
and
me?"
out though, so it was
Oh,
just like, are
okay.
you okay? Are you there?
Yeah, yeah.
Is she
So
there?
I'm here now. I had to sleep, Miss BSN. I had a long
Uh,
panel. Yeah.
yeah. See, you
rock out
sure
for like a minute
did.
or two.
You
I'll be
sure
right back.
did. And we wouldn't
All
want
right.
you to get, have issues with your phone dropping at
Absolutely.
moments like this.
Totally.
So,
I appreciate that.
no problem.
So I was just basically I'm listening to the conversation. I guess I don't have really any input. So I'm
I
just
just wish I
listening.
had joined earlier.
Yeah, because I just
Oh,
got
my
here.
dog
So
is
I don't
body bagging me.
Like,
so I feel like
I got a question for you, Star.
sure.
So you have different religious beliefs than most people
Right.
do, and
Right.
my question to you is that within your religious beliefs, have you ever noticed that people that practice a similar religion to you abuse it, exploit it, and use it to their benefit while telling you a way to live and a way that you should be living?
Well, I was born and raised Christian. Thought about converting to Islam and then just became a spiritual person.
Right.
So I'm not. I'm a
I remember
pantheist,
that.
where I believe. Yeah. So I actually don't know anybody personally that claims pantheism. So all I do, um, I think what I had because of my experiences from the Baptist Church or Islam, I basically, just I guess I draw my opinions and beliefs, not beliefs, I'm sorry. When I have some commentary, I, draw my experiences from those two sects. So or religion. So had any abuse in mind because, like I said, I'm the only person that I know that actually claims pantheism. But I did experience abuse in the Christian church, and the reason why, and it's actually the reason why I left the Christian church, the Christian Baptist church, because it was this moment where there was a young lady, she was pregnant, and she had to stand up before the church and ask for forgiveness. And I said, well, what about the baby daddy? Don't he have to ask for forgiveness too? And the guys that I would roll with, um, they were I actually like we was a group of friends, and it was actually the pastor's son, uh, a guy from my neighborhood I used to date, and then like a couple of other guys, and it was maybe a couple of other guys. So like I was seemed like I'm always the only girl in a group of male friends. So anyway, I actually they were actually up all night because I
This
told them
is
I was
making
leaving the
so
church.
much sense to me.
It's making so
Hush,
much
hush, hush, identity, hush, hush.
It's okay. It's okay, Miss VSA. He let him
I
let him rock.
apologize, Miss VSN. I apologize.
Yeah.
My
So
spidey senses are tingling right now,
so
though.
you're
I have
Now
to
thinking.
they
say
are.
So I basically but this is the thing. My mom trusted these group of guys, and she let them stay at the house. I guess my soul was at risk, according to my mom. And they were at the house until like at the end of church, which was like maybe 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and they was at my house by like 2 in the morning trying to convince me not to leave. And I remember trying my Islam, and then when that didn't work out, it was basically, but I didn't see anybody getting taken advantage of. It was just basically another. I saw myself trading one box for another, and I went and searched for, did my research on other religions. I said, well, maybe I need to leave outside the realm of Christianity and Islam, and think about maybe Hinduism or Buddhism or Zen. And I think when I came across Buddhism and Zen, I basically was like, all religions basically have a basic belief. Treat
Mhm.
everybody as you want them to treat you. It's basically the golden rule, and it's so my religion, I guess, is kindness, and my religion is, God is in everything that's moving in the progression of life. Because somebody has said that, like, so you believe God is in everything, so it's God is in, poo. And I was like, come on, y'all. So you have people who, try to even, I guess, attack the fact that you're trying to find God in everything or everybody, just everybody just doing the right thing at the same time. So that's what God is to me.
Mm.
So because God is, yeah. So basically, that's it.
is it an
But
internal or an
so
external
I,
thing for you?
it's actually internal because to depend on something outside of myself, it caused me a lot of suffering. And so I said, I'm gonna have to like master thyself, right? The whole philosophy. Um,
Hmm.
so basically, I took that with me and if I find the good in it, in everything I come across, it works better for me because it's nothing outside of myself that is supposed to be doing the work. It's what it the thing that's on the inside of me. I'm supposed to be the thing that it's bringing. Whatever's on the inside of me is supposed to thing that's supposed to bring me peace and calm and all that great stuff. So
Hmm.
there you go.
So I had another question for the panel that I kind of, based on the conversation thus far and kind of putting it all in the context and just coming up with more questions. My question is, what do we do if we're one of the people who base everything they have on the religious aspect of life, and then they come at the crossroads and feel like, what else am I going to do? Where do I turn now? If I drop this ball, what do I have to replace it? Should we be replacing it, or should we be like, what do we tell them? Because I feel like I was at that point at, that stage in my life, and I know what I did as far as, just seeing things the way they are. I'm extremely logical, so it wasn't hard for me to kind of deviate and put my attention somewhere else. But most people aren't thinking that way of it's just logical. It's not necessarily that straightforward for a lot of people who feel like this is my foundation. This is everything that I know. Now, if you take this from me, where do I go?
I think that is the best place to be, in my personal opinion. I think the best place for a person to be is the point of breakdown. It's when you break down everything that you think you are and everything that you think you're made out of, and then you build yourself back up stronger. I believe that that's exactly where you want to be. You want to be in a situation where your beliefs and your ideas are challenged. And greatness, as far as mankind goes, is always based off the point of somebody getting to the point of saying, hey, there has to be another way. There has to be another answer. It always comes at the point of breakdown. It comes at the point of panic. It comes at, hey, we're faced with a situation or a problem that I don't know how to solve. With that comes the death of your ego. So your ego is your pride, your different thought processes that you've already gained over the years, and you believe this of yourself that I'm this person, I'm this thing, this is what I believe in, and this is what I follow. And when you're inside of those things, you lack ingenuity, you lack creativeness. You get into a box where you become very rigid, and there's no more fluidity. So the thing is that when you get to the point as to where you get challenged and you say, hey, wait a minute, some of the information that I might have previously believed in may not necessarily be true anymore, and it may not ring true anymore, especially not for me. Then at that particular point in time, this is when you can do soul searching. This is when you get to the point as to where you can grow. This is where you get to growth. If you can get to this moment, you can inspire others to get to that same moment as well. And then when everybody's growing at the same time, that's when we have a sociological growth. And what I think you should turn to at these dark hours is your other values, such as ethics. If your morality in itself isn't working, what about ethics? What about thinking about what are the moral principles that you personally believe in, such as integrity, your principles, your honesty, your responsibility, your accountability, your honor? Like these different kinds of things are your ethics. This is an opportunity for you to ask yourself, how do you feel about those? How do you want to lead your life by your own moral compass? And what is it that you want to do that can best lead you to the best quality of life for yourself and for others? This is an opportunity for you to create a brand new purpose about yourself. And just because you came up with a purpose today, and say, for instance, you fulfill that purpose, you can still come up with another one tomorrow. That's the great thing about being a human being. You can always make a brand new purpose. You can always find a brand new purpose. Something can fail, and you can try again for as long as you live to do
Tap
something
into
else.
that greatness.
Right.
Right.
You have the
Exactly.
ability to tap into the greatness. I
Shameless
think
plug.
that's what
I
it is.
apologize.
But it is that, but
I,
it's that song just, yeah. Identity, that
definitely
it
love
is
it.
fire. It is all that. But I came to the crossroads in a sense of what I was born and raised in, which is at one point Baptist, then it was non-denominational, and then it was back to Baptist when I was older. And then I was slowly drifting from that. But like 2015, when that massacre happened in Charleston, it was actually like the glass broke for me, if that makes sense. And
Yes.
um, it was painful. It's very deep. It causes you to go into a very deep self reflection.
Hmm.
You also have to take into account that parental relationships or family relationships are going to shift some, because everyone who is raised with this certain mindset now is going to look at you like, oh, you poor soul, we've got to save her. And it's
Yeah.
like, no, you don't. I'm good. If at any point that, growing up, it's always taught, it's important that you have a relationship with God. Okay, I do. Because I walked away from that doesn't mean that I no longer have a relationship with God, whatever God is to me.
Hmm.
You know, I'm more on the spiritual side, and I won't even just. I always laugh because I look back at the Salem witch hunts, and it's still the same to this day in some aspects, because people, if you say, pagan, the first thing people are just like, oh my God, there's fire, like you have blood running out of your eyes or something.
Yeah.
And it's so much deeper than that, but they would have to expand their minds and hearts to understand that. So,
Well, they
Well,
I'm
already
some,
not.
practice it, so I don't see the
sometimes
difference.
sometimes I feel like that ignorance plays a role because I was in that position of ignorance of
Oh,
I
I
had
was.
no clue, what again, that's another word you just dropped, paganism.
Right.
Like that was another word that was
It still
don't be.
is to some aspect, or even to hear someone say, Vadoon or voodoo.
Yes. Yes, yes. But
Jesus have mercy on everybody, because then it's
the
like,
weird thing,
what?
if you really research, I mean, just your typical holidays, you will find.
Oh, it's paganism.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely.
So, but people don't realize that part of what they're doing is what they're fearing.
Right,
It's part of it.
right.
It's like, well, if you really knew, but some people don't. They want to stay in the
They
matrix.
just
I get it. I
exactly,
get it.
yeah. It's comfort to them,
Yeah, I get it.
that type of
But I
thing.
don't get it.
Yeah, me either. At times, I just kind of say, how can you sit in judgment over here when everything you're doing here, 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 here has
Yes.
no basis in what your foundation supposedly is? So,
I think I'm going to
um,
do a show on the history of holidays. I think that one would be a
oh,
very
that would be
interesting.
good. That really would be good.
Yeah, I
You
think people will
know,
be really shocked about the history of Easter. I mean, that one really hit me
I'll
hard. Like,
start. It's
yeah, I don't want to go, too far into it now because
no, no, no,
we.
no. I'm not. But that's one I will definitely hope to be around and tune in for. So
Yeah,
yeah.
that's an interesting thing, and I had to find these things because I had the desire. Once the desire hit for me to learn more,
Hmm.
and I started reading and getting more involved, I'm like, this is nothing like I was told.
Right,
And
right.
there's a
There's a power source there that if people could just connect themselves, individual too,
Yes,
life would
yeah,
be a lot different for them. That's
Well, there's
definitely.
also factions that connected those holidays because they wanted to
jump in there when you can,
overpower.
Spot 'em.
right. It's the control.
Right.
There's an
It's
Yeah,
emotional
compromise.
drain. There's energy that they can take from a collective feeling the same way. Like, so yeah,
Also
yeah.
Christmas as well.
Oh
They
all
yeah.
of them, all of
Most
them.
definitely
Just,
yeah,
Christmas.
I
yeah.
mean, if and really, what would blow people's minds if they knew the true meaning behind and what they dress up and they celebrate. Like, yeah, okay.
They don't
Right.
want to know the truth either. That's another
I
thing.
just, yeah,
They
just,
can't handle the truth.
Right. I
whew,
was.
some of them really can't, and it's sad, but maybe one day they will. I don't know.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I'm not using the word ignorance in a malicious way. Like I said, it's just not knowing. You just don't
Yeah.
know. But if the information is presented to you, and some people are really quick to reject it because it goes against everything
right.
that they know. And honestly, I'm that guy that's like, "Ooh, really? Tell me more." Like that.
Hmm.
That is just what it is for me. I wasn't always like this, but now that I am, I'm almost. I feel like I left the Matrix sorta, but I'm upset, but I'm also satisfied at the same time. Like I know I just left a world of bliss
Right.
because it wasn't as like tumultuous as what like seeing it as the roots of some things. Like how did we get here?
Yeah, but there's probably always been, I know for me, there was always an undercurrent of something just isn't right.
Yeah,
and could
Yeah.
never put my finger on it, and never felt settled, and just didn't understand it. Now, in my younger years, I mean, if someone had told me 20, 25 years ago, listen, you're not even going to want to go to church, you're not going to want to be involved, you're not going to want to do all this, but you're going to be okay, you're going to be good, you're going to be more than good, I wouldn't have believed it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
probably would have been like, let me pray for you.
I remember.
If something's wrong with you, I
I
mean,
remember being.
whew,
You know what's
I
funny? We're
remember.
playing into a narrative right now that somebody has out there about the demons of the sector. I
listen,
can see some of this stuff here being clipped into a
Second.
video
yeah,
with some
identity
old
and
school music in the background.
and Binary had joked with me when I was on Binary's panel up here with the demons. And what did I say? Identity. It takes one to know one.
Yeah.
So
And that
did.
is the honest truth.
Well, Muslim has called us heathens, I think.
Yeah, he did, but that's okay. He
But
still
he
loves
know.
us, I'm
What's up,
sure.
Muslim?
He's a
Infidels.
backsliding. He,
I mean,
he's an infidel.
yeah, I
He's a
mean,
backsliding infidel. But Miss
it's
B, and
okay.
saying to play off what you said earlier in the church, I remember being young and I said, when I get older, I need to escape this. I remember thinking that when I was in
Hmm.
the church, and I thought maybe it was the answer was going to another church, but it wasn't. It was the whole system was flawed, and I was thinking like going to another religion, maybe that was it. And I remember feeling like a sort of peace, like even when I was like praying the 5 times a day in the mosque, there was a priest. I'm sorry, a peace, and it
Hmm.
was not that it was the answer to all religions. It was just basically, I think it was at peace where, like, I finally had the power to, like, have the ability to search for God for myself.
Hmm.
And that was the peace. And I was because in the beginning I was like, oh yeah, this is where it's at. And but then when there was just a discussion about like something simple like whether I would be allowed to go to my mom's church and visit with her. And even the question whether the needing to have that be solved, I didn't even need it to have be solved, but the fact that it was a question with
Right.
people that I had grown to, I guess, bond with, and the fact that I could be questioned or my faith could be questioned, the fact that I could not go to visit go to church with my mom because even
Hmm.
though me and my mom were at odds with religion and God, going to church together, it brought us together in a lot of ways because it made her feel great that I would
Right.
like to spend time with her and her God. And
Right.
she knew that my God at the time was going to be different. And we went through a lot of struggle because you can imagine a woman growing up in the Christian church thinking that she's losing her daughter to another
Hmm.
religion. She probably felt like she failed in a lot of ways. And I was trying to reassure her
Just
it
give her
wasn't
assurance that you're
exactly,
still here and you're still her daughter.
exactly,
Yeah, that
exactly. And
I've
that was
had something similar happen with me and
It's
my
it's
mom a
it's
long
funny
time ago.
you definitely touched on two things at the same time. One being the relationship getting better with joining. I think your mom. You said
right.
with spending time with her God, but also on the flip side of that, because I guess there was some feeling of rejection of that same
Absolutely.
God.
Absolutely.
Now it opens the door of cancellation, which
Right.
Hmm.
I've seen go
Some
ugly, and
religions
I
will do that.
scratch my head like, wait a minute, isn't this exactly the opposite of the purpose of all of this? You
Right.
know, you can tell I have so many
It
questions
goes
about
back
all this
to,
stuff.
but it goes back to control when you basically are like you can't have contact with your blood relations or with a
Right.
blood relation because they no
Right.
longer see it as you see it. It's bizarre,
Right.
but it is all a mind control. When you have
Right.
people so fearful, it's control.
Yeah. So
It's just
we
control.
do have a known. I don't even want to say what he is, Mr. Spotham. I'll let you chime in on what you are relative to this
Oh wow, he
conversation. I know
told
you've
us.
said it before, but I'll let
What's
you do
up?
it. So, good afternoon.
Hey, spot 'em.
Hey, Spotty.
Hey, what up, Spot?
Hey guys. Um, yeah, I know I'm kind of probably out of place, but yeah, I'm atheist. I don't believe in any gods. So I think the question of secular morality is mostly coming from the religious side because like would they believe that people can be religious and immoral? Most people would say yes. So obviously, secular morality can also exist. But yeah, that's all I have for now.
No,
Do
that's
you
cool.
guys have any
I get you.
questions?
You're not out
As
of
far as
place.
atheism,
No, you're not. You're not out of place.
You're
I
not out of
mean,
place, Bottom.
Yep.
I
you
think
good?
most of us have been to that door in a sense. Some
So,
step
so,
through, some
so,
don't.
what? An interesting part of doing a deep dive.
Is
I
that baby
had
identity?
no, no,
Oh,
baby
okay.
identities 2 floors up.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah, I had to go low
Oh,
in
is
the
that
house.
defrauding little ones?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
my son.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not mine today, but I
Oh,
understand. It's all good.
okay. Yeah, it is.
um, I lost my thought. Sorry. I'll come back to it.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Oh no, no, I got it. I got it. I got it. So the thought of having this conversation, I had to start going down avenues that 10 years ago I would have felt uncomfortable even Googling, or as Star would say, doing my Googles. I had to overcome that initial, that old school built-in fear of just talking about it, even saying the word, even typing it in my Googles, like what if somebody sees this, if they ever use my laptop like that. It hit me and I was like, man, I'm still carrying it, even though I know I'm researching. I'm trying to learn. One of the things I had to do is I had to listen to things, watch things, and hear the other side's perspective, if there's a side, of what exactly is just the word, just like as Spotum said, atheism and being an atheist and all that stuff. And I did come out with a really good quote, and I was going to open up with it, but I didn't want it to be like one-sided. And I'll say it right now. It's from Bertrand Russell. He's a philosopher, mathematician. You can probably Google him too. His quote is, atheism is what happens when you read the Bible. Christianity is what happens when someone reads it for you. And I thought that was a phenomenal statement, because that's usually a question when people ask, have you read the Bible? Have you read it? And then now I'm thinking, anybody that ever asked me that and they have not at least challenged some of the things that they've read, it's like, well, you didn't really
Yeah, what's
read
the
it then.
deal with
I,
that?
I have a
Right.
good point about that
Oh, great, great, great.
because do you guys remember? I think it's in Leviticus where it says if well, I'm paraphrasing here, but let's say if you find out that your wife was not a virgin at the time of marriage, that you are allowed to turn her turn her TV off, so to speak. You know what I mean?
They didn't have
While she's not
Yes,
TVs.
by
God
her.
yes,
bless her.
yes, I get you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that's always my response when religious people tell me, "Oh, did I read it?" I always throw that back at them because there's always these religious people that are on their second, third, fourth marriages. So I'm like, well, did you murk your wife yet? Because you're not
Woo.
her first. So
Some of
Exactly.
some of
Or
the most
marry the
prominent
sister-in-law or brother-in-law, which however it goes. It's probably
yeah,
the wife
some of
has
the
to marry
most
the brother.
prominent Bible readers are atheists, man. They know some of the atheists, they know that Bible inside out,
Inside
man.
and out.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
the big thing that, like you said, I always have a problem when people say, have you read it? Reading, comprehending, and absorbing are a lot different.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
yeah, I can read it. I can read all the words. I might not be able to pronounce all the names. I might not be, you know what I mean? Like, I can read it, but what am I taking in and
Right.
using? And if people really knew what
Mhm.
is truly written in there, and then they read it together in the congregation. Okay, I'm just the energies, and yes, it's just. I'll wait for that show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I like I said, I had to mention that I had to, like, if I'm going to really try to understand something, I have to travel down avenues I'm not comfortable with. Just to, I don't want to just have one side and just say, okay, I'm done. I
Right.
still have to understand whatever that other side is, because I'm not saying that they're not valid. They may be. So how am I going to know if unless I ask or read or?
And I always laugh because if someone starts with the whole, they jump to the Old Testament, I'm saying, but isn't Jesus the New Testament and he did away with the Old Testament? So what are you talking about? And they're
Right.
usually
Which,
stumped.
which means the Old Testament was a screw up and needed to be replaced. Like
Uh,
like that.
But
It's a
Miss
but
crazy
then I
thought.
didn't know that, right. But then that leads to another but, and then that leads to another but, and it,
but
it
Yeah.
because
just never
here's the
stops.
thing, because you have to also keep in you have to remember that Jesus also said, "I'm not here to get rid of the law, but
Hmm.
also, but I came to bring." Oh my God, I forgot what is that other part he said? I did came to bring. I forgot.
Now we
I
read
forgot.
it, but memorizing and quoting it might be another thing. I can give you some.
Hold on, let me do my Googles. I'm gonna do my Googles. Hold on.
Yeah, it's
No.
just a. So let me kind of not shift gears, but I want to get back to kind of what I had time to think about and put down on the slide. I was trying to come up with an alternative to the questions I had, right? Because those are just me asking the questions, and I was trying to also lay down some facts of what do I know at this very moment
Okay.
pertaining to the topic. So one of the facts I have is we all have a different level of morality. If you want to call it level, if you want to call it version of morality, because I guess it depends on what culture you come from. There's so many levels to it.
Okay,
Um,
I came not to get rid of the law, but to fulfill it. So basically, what was the prophecy that needed to be fulfilled? Uh, basically. Okay, so I just wanted to, insert that. Go ahead, continue, Identity.
yeah, I appreciate you cutting the host off. That's really really nice of you, Star.
Well, the old star, I had to
It's
be
all right.
myself.
I'm gonna rag on you. It's all love. It's all
We
good.
love
Okay.
each other.
Yeah. And the reason why I say there's different levels of morality, because are you willing to sacrifice your life for someone who's about to get hit by a car? And then the next question is, does that willingness increase if it's a child? So that was an obvious thing to me, that there are levels of morality. Like I'm willing to do it, but context does play a role in that, right? Another one that I have down is, and correct me if I'm wrong, spot 'em. We are all atheists to the gods outside of our one God. Is that a true statement?
Can you repeat that again? I'm
Oh, I'm
sorry.
sorry. I apologize.
That's okay. No, no, no. I was
We
like
are
reading chat.
all atheists to gods outside of our one God.
They are all
Absolutely.
atheists. Yes. I'll agree with that.
Because
I,
there's
I
like
agree
what,
as well.
thousands of different religions.
Right. I didn't want.
Yes.
Technically, Christians are atheists to like 999 other religions.
There you
So
go.
why am I the bad guy for not believing in your one? Taking it one step further. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Right.
that was actually the subtext here, because I watched a couple comedies. I forgot who said this, but if you believe in one God, wait, there are roughly about 3,000. Let's just give rough numbers: 3,000 God figures worshipped on this earth. If you believe in one God and reject the other 2,999, an atheist rejects 3,000.
Exactly. So here you go.
So
But
it's when people use that term, and this is why I no longer fear the word. It's just a word. It's just a tag. I'm not worried about someone calling me that, because I know who I am and what's in my heart. But when you that's just a logical fact, right? That just because I don't believe in your one, because you're not allowed to believe in more than one, right? In certain religious
Right. You
sects,
have to
right?
be a monotheist. Being a monotheist is
Yeah, I didn't know that
required.
word.
Yeah.
Yeah, monotheistic,
So,
because if you're not in Christianity, anything other than God who had a son named Jesus Christ, therefore is a demon. No matter what it is, what deity it is, they would consider that to be a demon. As a matter of fact, if you study demonology, you would find that a lot of the different demons in demonology resemble some of the gods from other religions. Not even just resemble, but have similar powers, similar features about them, and even some of the things that they believe in are the same as other people's gods. Really interesting stuff there. Go ahead.
oh, but I was also like in my, uh, I guess my ability to walk away from Islam. I also remember like maybe my mom would have some words about Islam, and then the people that I would hang out with at the mosque would have some words about the people in Christianity, and then but in the middle of all of that, I said I love both of these people, and I don't want to see either one of these people go to hell. So even in my ability to walk away from Islam, but still being willing to hang out with people who I bonded at the mosque with, I didn't want nothing happening to the people that I knew in Christianity or having anything happening to people at the mosque. So I remember like in that ability to walk away, but still also have the ability, hang out with people who I'm not gonna, commit myself to their God. There was a piece I had saying, I don't think nothing's gonna happen as long as they're good, as long as they're putting positive energy out into the universe. Nothing, it's not gonna happen to either one of these or any other person that's worshiping a God outside of Islam and Christianity. So there you go.
Okay. Appreciate the comments there. I am appreciative of this conversation. I think I've learned a lot from everybody, including Al. Al had some things going on early on. I know he's not a favorite here, but it's all good, Al. Hold your chin up, man. So yeah, I definitely want to have an understanding leaving this conversation that we have our fears in us, and some of those fears drive my fears. They drive me. It's weird because I had never had this growing up, and it's like now that I have this newfound understanding of, every time I think of things that I either was scared of or didn't know, I want to know it so much more now, but I don't want to get pigeonholed into my own thoughts. So that's why I keep saying I appreciate everybody's perspective here. And I'm willing to listen, even though I may not agree, but doesn't matter. I'm listening. So does anybody have any final statements, comments, or anything before I do a final thought? And then we could probably do some fun stuff afterwards.
We're fixing to do some fun
Hey, look, this is a certain sector, right?
stuff.
And
That's awesome.
to be honest, I've been out of the loop. I've been trying to, live life, and my personal time. I've been trying to, get just these talking points and all these thoughts into some cohesive path here. I didn't want to just come up here and wing it.
Show prep. He just
Man, I
gave
got
his show
updates for
prep.
you. Crazy stuff going on, boy.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I even got a sector alert, so
Oh, you got
Look
a
we'll be
second
out.
ready
alert?
Look
for it.
out.
Yeah,
Oh my.
Let's do
yeah, I've
it.
been
Let's do
working.
it.
I've been
Let me
working. I've been
hear.
working. All right, so let me close out if anybody doesn't have anything else. So final thought for me, as a collective for today's conversation. Simple question: is God necessary for morality? Logically, I'm saying no. For me, but that could clearly explain those who don't believe in a God but are good, honest people. Spiritually, I am saying I don't know. I guess that makes me agnostic. I think that's the word.
Yes.
I don't know if it's
Right.
agnostic
Right.
atheist or if it's atheist agnostic. I don't know. I just know agnostic has something to
Right.
do with what space I'm in.
Right.
Um, I don't know if God's within me. or external to me, so I cannot adamantly say here he or she or an entity is necessary for me to be a decent person. But what I do know is there's some funny shit behind the text. And since I grew up Baptist and I'm speaking of the Bible, that's because that's my frame of reference. I just don't buy the notion that any oppressor will give me the keys to my salvation and at the same time do anything to cease my existence. That's where I stand with that one.
Amen.
I'm
Amen.
probably going to do a show on that one at some point too, because
Yes.
yeah, there's so many avenues I want to travel. So we'll get
Yep.
there together. So in my opinion, if you want to be secular and function on your own moral compass, you can. As always, it's a choice, or as God would put it, it's free will. So if you are secular and you choose to exercise your own moral code, then yes, secular morality exists. That is my closeout. Anybody have any comments, questions, concerns about what was just said?
Good show. I hope that one day the well, you said keep it in our borders. I hope this country will truly get to a point where we can just accept individuals as they
Yeah.
are. Um, Stop putting your rose-colored glasses on them, so to speak, but
Mm,
just let them be.
mm, hmm I like
Great,
that.
great. Star, you got anything?
I think the what I said last, just basically, I don't think anything's gonna happen to you. Well, whatever you believe, God is like this diamond. Everybody see a spectrum, a different spectrum, and just because you see a different spectrum that's coming out of the diamond doesn't mean that your path that you choose from seeing that spectrum, it's gonna lead you to somewhere negative. As long as you're putting, you're on the path of righteousness, so to say. There you go.
Okay. So before I hit the button, thank you. Defrauding, any last comments?
Oh, am I back in?
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, perfect. People keep calling, man. I don't know what's up, but
You
yeah,
good, you good, you good.
yeah. I think my closing statement on this, basically is that I believe that yeah, you can have morality without having any kind of declared God involved in it. I think that you can definitely, have your own beliefs, your own morals, ethics, your own code of conduct, and that your code of conduct can still align itself with some of the social codes of conduct that surround you. And you can also, not encroach on other people's at the same time while pursuing your own code of conduct. So that's what I believe about the question in itself.
Okay, thank you. QT, did you all talk about Chinese beliefs and the afterlife? No, we did not. For today's conversation, that would be a rabbit hole, and we only have a couple hours to cover, so I think we got a lot in that little.
So many rabbit holes we can go down in one day.
Yeah, so
So
I'm
true.
about
There's
to
a
hit the
lot of good
button.
content for you there, Identity. Some good
Oh yeah, I
topics. So
got I
you're
got
you're
content for days.
there you go. There you go.
So I'm about to hit the button. So defrauding, you're going to be on. You're going to have the floor.
Warning,
All right.
you are entering a restricted area. Return to where you came from or be
Well, I know when
destroyed.
the button is hit.
I
Message
love
ends.
it. I
Let's
love it.
do it.
Oh, I didn't see it. What happened?
Oh, you didn't see it, man.
Oh,
Come
you didn't
on,
see
man.
it. Oh man, it's good.
You'll be on the it'll be on the replay. You'll check it out, man. But
Got you.
you
It must have been
you got
something
the floor,
cool.
man.
Oh man. So
What's been going on, man? Because I've been out of the loop for like at least a week and a half. I don't even know who's back, who's friends, who's going to go shake the
yeah.
hands of
So like
others.
So, like as we all know, people rarely ever talk about Umar these days. So it's really about what's going on with the beef, and it's kind of interesting how, from what I've seen, like Shakim is at his thing again. Shake and bake. He's at his thing with Puff Luff again.
Oh boy.
And he got receipts. And I'm just gonna say, man, it's crazy because it's kind of like, that's an ongoing feud that doesn't seem to be going anywhere. It also seems to be one-sided. Like you got one guy, he's not talking about any of it on his actual channel. He's like diversified away from that because he realized that, as we talked about earlier, that those fans of those other people are not going to become his fans solely. It's going to be a shared thing. You're going to share these fans with other people, meaning that they're not going to see
Yeah.
all of your stuff. They're not always going to hit the light. So he's no longer making content for those people. He's making content abroad so that way he can try to get more, more more people hitting the like button, more people hitting subscribe. And for them, it's about the likes, the comments, and the subscribes because it's about the money. But it's kind of like, that's what it seems to have been. Like the receipts that was pulled up, I kind of watched and kind of didn't. For me, this is kind of like a radio thing. Like I come in and I listen to what people have to say, and I'm normally living life around listening. So it's kind of like if I used to listen to horror stories while I would be lifting and stuff like that, or listening to an audio book, but this is kind of replaced an audio book or listening to horror stories. So I kind of sit here and I'll listen to people while I'm lifting weights or washing dishes or something like that. And like you'll just hear you got like these factions where they're not even getting along within each other anymore. So like at one point in time, it was like all the good guys were getting along with each other, and then all AFWs were getting along with each other, and then the next thing you know, it kind of like started breaking apart. So now you got like there's a guy Remix Way Life. He's talking about Puff Luff and what happened, and most of it is spiraling out because of the Stephen Gaetano thing, like that whole whatever that is with the trial and about what he did with Lennon and stuff like that.
No,
That
no,
spiraled out.
I do. I'm sorry to jump in, but I definitely have to mention I saw the catastrophe of a trial that even Slander God would agree with, of trying to put Stefan on trial. I did not like the way Shake and Bake handled himself coming in trying to scoop that clout, man. That was low. I agree with Lago on that one. Like that was blatant, man. And he had no care in the world to do it and no shame to just I'll take everything you got if you got it. I'm taking it. So that I saw that and I was bothered by that because I felt like it was, you didn't really come to even help out Slander and what he was trying to do. He obviously was missing. Who didn't show up? Was it who didn't show up? Waylife, was it not Waylife? Whoever was supposed to show up to be the prosecutor.
It was way life.
Oh, it was Waylife, and
Yeah.
and Slander was trying to cover it. He was trying to cover it, on the spot, and that was tough. But to
Right.
come in and just try and take that crowd, like, hey, guess what? I'm gonna have it on my. That was crazy, man. I didn't agree with that at all, man. So sorry, I had to chime in on that one.
Right. I feel you on that. That was real crazy to watch, and it's kind of like, man, it's wild. And then like you got the other faction over there with the AFWs. I don't know if you've seen like what was going on with that. They got $300 prize to whoever can guess who they're jumping ship to and what channels people are gonna run to because they're saying that apparently certain people or whatever won't be coming back, and because he's not coming back, everybody's gonna be jumping channels and they're gonna be going to the new place and they're trying to figure out a new place that people are going to. And I'm not gonna lie, when I saw that, I thought that shit was funny. I'm like, $300 for what? Like,
Wow.
y'all wilding over here. I thought this was supposed to be about something else. I thought y'all was, trying to get this person exposed out here that's not doing the right thing. But we got $300 prize giveaways about,
Right.
It is what
Now,
it is. I mean,
is Stefan getting the treatment that people think he should right now? Like, is that the flow of what people are talking about? Like, it's rightfully so that he's catching the heat.
well, a
Like,
lot of people aren't saying that. Some people are saying that, him catching the heat and stuff like that. Oh, well, he caught it like months ago, and everybody was on him months ago about this, and I thought he had already crossed it and moved on. But the thing is that you have to realize there's new people all the time coming into the sector that don't really know the history of what happened and don't really
right,
know and didn't see certain things. So of course, certain themes and narratives are going to reemerge because even being a person that saw most of everything happen happened and transpired. I missed that one. I ain't gonna lie, I missed that one. So when somebody came out of nowhere in a chat and said, "Hey, this is the guy that came out on Lennon," I was like, "Wait a minute, what?" I missed it. I didn't see that. So when I saw that and it came out that that was true and that was the same exact guy, I'm like, "Wow, that's crazy."
Right, right.
And I'm like, and he's being allowed to, like rock out, and ain't nobody answering for this. Nobody's saying anything about it.
I don't think you can just say, that was so long ago. Like, no, you can't
Right.
say that.
Especially when things like this are still happening. People are always coming up with these fake and false narratives, these lies, and they put them out there. And then there's no consequence for these lies. There's none whatsoever. Nobody
Nope.
makes them backtrack on it and say, "Hey, wait a minute. Why should we believe you this time when you lied about this over here and you lied about that over there and you kept lying? Like this is your fourth or fifth lie you've been caught in." Even with the doxing stuff, like they're doxing people who had absolutely nothing to do with the sector. Nothing. Like that one lady that they doxed that they thought, what's her name was related to was a completely different lady, didn't have anything to do with the sector, don't even know who these people are. She doesn't know anything about us. So the
Wow.
thing is that, they dox that person, put that person's information out there, and it turns out that the person is black. The person isn't some other race or nationality. The person is black. That's not their family. That's not the person. And the apology for it isn't there. The putting somebody on the stand, as they like to say, and holding them accountable is not there. And it's
Right.
like you are endangering people, but you never know what people are going to do out here. We saw somebody go all the way out to a whole nother state to go shake somebody's hand, man. Come on, man. We have seen it a couple times, so you never know what people are going to do. So you're putting people's lives in danger. You don't know what could be the consequence of what it is that you're saying. And we got some people that's coming around that's kind of unhinged, So it's kind of like I just don't get it.
And you've
It's
been paying
crazy.
attention, haven't you?
Man, I'm telling you though, it's
You
funny to me.
closer
Like
to it
he,
than Star now.
well, I think I've always been paying attention because it's like to me, a lot of it is comical. A lot of it is extremely comical.
It's
Like it didn't start out that
hilarious,
way.
man.
When I first came in, it was about, oh man, this guy's committing a fraud and they're gonna
This
do
is the
something about it.
housewives of the sector.
I was like, let's get it. And then I found out, oh, this is a comedy show, man. People are coming in here, they're making jokes, they're cracking jokes, they're talking back and forth. This guy's getting a lot of money off of this. I'm like, okay, so that's what this is about. And then I checked all the other people out, and I was like, oh, they're making jokes too. Everybody making jokes. Well, hell, it's a comedy show. People
Right,
are making
right.
jokes. They're bringing awareness at the same time. True enough. But the thing
Yeah,
is
you
again,
put me in the chat, yo. I'm savage. I ain't gonna lie, man. I have fun with it though.
I ain't gonna lie, I do the same thing. I say all kind of stuff in the chat, and then people people will hold me to it and think that I'm like serious about it, and I'm like, no, man, come on, it's a comedy show, man. Calm down, guy. Like you ain't gotta get into your feelings, and you ain't gotta be all on that. It's a comedy show. People are out here making jokes left and right. I thought this was roasting. This is something that black people do all the time in our neighborhoods, right? So I'm like, it is
Yo,
what it is.
I'm gonna tell you how crazy this sector is. Late last night, I literally was on a panel with two panelists up here, Star and Spot. I'm talking
Ooh,
quantum
ooh.
physics. I said, what the hell is going on here? Where's the booty talk?
I was there. I saw that.
The complexities of Star.
I'm like, wait, this thing's turning upside down.
It's so funny. I tried to stay awake. I couldn't.
Facts, facts.
I couldn't. It was just so late, and then I gotta get up early in the morning to go to work. So I was like, ah. But then the crazy thing is, I got back up and I saw the show still on. I was like, all right, let's see what they talking about. So
Completely
I jumped
different
back.
subject, right?
I jumped back in there and I was like, oh, it's a completely different topic, completely different subject, completely different people. You got a guy talking about that all content creators in this sector for the most part is ignorant or stupid or something like that. And I'm like,
Wow.
how do you discern that a person is stupid and you've never heard them speak on a real topic or a real subject like you're ignorant to how the person behaves, what their line of conversation really is like. You're ignorant to what their real life is about and what they do in real life. Like you don't have a lot of the facts. So to say that everybody is stupid in the sector, I thought that was kind of wild. And I also thought it was kind of wild that the person is still, allowed to rock out with such a statement where they're telling people to their
Mm,
face, y'all stupid, man. Y'all stupid. Everybody that's
Well,
in this
I'm
comment
catching.
thing,
that's just him.
Truth be
That's
I,
told,
just
it's
truth be
crazy.
told, I'm actually sorry, Al, but I catch a little heat for having Al up here. But hey, look, like I said, I like conversations. I mean,
right.
I don't know anybody's personal beef. I can't keep up with all of it because
It's
the
too
Right.
much
moment I
going
think
on.
you're pissed off with somebody, then I hear like later on you guys are talking on the panel and I didn't know, and I'm still carrying the level of y'all not liking each other. So it's too much. I can't. If it becomes too much, then Al can get kicked off. Anybody else can get kicked off. But it seems like for the most part, it's been
Chill.
pretty cool. In and out. We have our little disagreements here and there, but you know, but I think Al feels like he has a home. I guess I don't know. I don't know. But hey, we got Pastor Vic on the panel.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing,
Blood
man?
was shed.
You.
Blood was shed. Milk and cookie sector. The milk and cookie sector, man.
All right,
Milk
now
and
I
cookie.
had a button that I didn't think I was going to have to push, but I have to push it.
What's
I
up?
apologize.
Excuse me. Okay, first of all, honey, all right, when you call into my show, say hello to the host first. Respect the host.
I apologize. I did not think I was going to have to use that so early, man.
Oh, man.
Wow, it actually shut the chat down. What's
The
going
chat
on?
that
Warning. You are entering a restricted area. Return to where you came from or be destroyed. Message ends.
That was for defrauding. He wanted to see it again. I got you, man.
Oh, man.
Sorry, but my bad, Pastor Vic. But yeah, I had to hit the button, man. What's good?
Not much. It's just so much going on this week in the sector, bro. So much going on this week. I am amazed. Number one, I'm amazed at the Shakim and Flock situation. I think that situation might go out for the next 20 years on YouTube. I think they would never end. I think that's a never ending beef. I was asking somebody, I like, man, when would this stop? He said, man, probably when they get 50. He said, when they get 50
well,
years
they
old,
got grandchildren.
they got
Because it
great.
generates views, man. They both love views.
Listen, what they call it, generational beef.
My grandkid could be your grandkid.
My my granddaddy doxed you on Max V Live back in 2021. You remember that? You remember you lied about you had a business and your LLC was defraud? My granddaddy told me that. Yeah, yeah. No, it's crazy, man. I can't keep. I watch from the clouds now these days, man, and I just laugh, man, because it's funny. And Photon, his lives be hilarious. If you be catching Photon's lives, his lives be
I can't watch that guy, man, because I don't know. I know Binary told me he trolls a lot, but it's
he do
like
he do troll.
it's borderline schizophrenia to me. It's hard for me to just like really
Yeah,
figure that guy out.
he's in a category by himself.
He's funny.
It's not trolling. It's something else. I don't know what to put my finger on it, but
I don't know, man. And then Way Life and him and Flock and all that stuff. I'm like, man,
that dude.
man. And then I don't know,
He
man.
wants to be. Waylife wants to be a troll, but he's not good at it.
Oh man, and everybody doing a welcome home tribute, from a 6-day to life sentence, and he back on the block now, welcome home, and
Now, what is that narrative? Like, where did he go? I didn't even know he
I
left.
don't know, but all I know they did a free my boy 36 hours, and then 24 hours later he was free. So it was like it was like okay. was like, we having the Free My Boy t-shirts, cookouts going on, and I said, you can't. He ain't even had time to doggone be remembered. You know what I'm saying? He just, oh no.
Yeah, you got to actually leave for us to miss you. Damn.
I was like, dog. I said, but 72 hours later, but he back on the block. I thought you was gone, bro. They had to free my dog on tributes and stuff like that. He free now. I'm like, okay, all right.
Whew.
I
He
ain't
in
gonna
there.
lie, and I was in that chat trolling because I stole somebody's statement. Ghost always come in. Somebody, is this a safe panel? And I know who he getting at with that, but I stole that phrase, and I just be going to different chats, so I know they don't fuck with me. And I just put it in there. Hey, is this a safe panel? And I just love it because of the way that they react to it. So I went over there to the Free My Boy thing, and I was like, hey, is this a safe panel? And then somebody just jumped on me right away, like, hey man, what you doing in here?
Right.
And then,
So Miss VSN, do you know? Have you been on a safe panel before? Does that even exist?
A safe panel. I think this one might be because of who was on here earlier. But
I don't think you like me.
I'm just saying the obvious.
I know.
But and I do like you. Let's not start rumors because that's how shit gets around.
Which, by the
Safe
way, I
panels.
did
Is
clip
stars
that.
safe?
I did clip that statement you made on another
Sometimes.
live where you
Sometimes.
said "We love you" identity. That is going on one of my tracks somewhere. I'm gonna find a space for it. I am
I'll
finding a
let you
space
know
for
where you can send the royalties. How about that? Okay.
it. Will do.
All righty.
Will do.
I
But
say this is a
yeah,
pretty safe panel.
I joke around a lot when I say
I mean,
like,
Max's was safe when people didn't start effing around.
Yeah.
yeah, but Max wasn't safe.
Well, I
Like Max
mean,
got pinched.
well, that was the whole thing. It was like until some people, persons, whatever, decided, they wanted to kind of move him out of the way. It was safe. It was cool. It was fun. The vibe was good. So, but I think that just happens on most of them. So just remember, I think I said this to Star earlier. As you get bigger, that's the type of energy that comes for you.
Yep.
So just
I'm
get
working on
ready
my
and be
backup.
prepared. Right. Right.
Identity Withheld, the sequel. I'm working on it.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
gotta
it's
get a
sad that
backup
you have
channel
to
in this
have that.
sector.
Yeah, that's sad that you have to
I know.
think that far in advance. But then again, be ready to whatever little buttons you have as the panel owner, so to speak, and you can just kick folks off. Sometimes you might, oops, oh, you weren't going to say that, or I thought you were going to say this, but just drop folks
The
quick.
thing is that you haven't had devout followers of certain individuals throughout the sector that have come over here yet because they don't know about you yet like
Right.
that. But the
Keyword
minute
is
that they
yet.
become aware, yeah, they don't know about you yet. And the key thing is that they'll come over here and they'll look for sound bites and sound clips and they'll look for certain comments in the section and it won't have any context to it. It won't have any what else was talked about on the show. It'll just be that one section, that one comment, and it'll be highlighted and thrown up
And
there
that's
somewhere.
what's been happening. But understand that I'm sure a report will be done or has been done or on what happened here today and how well one was treated, etc., or not.
Yeah, I'm
So
already
you might.
catching flack on the back end. Like,
Oh, I was gonna
there's,
say you might see some comments in a thumbnail soon.
like
Life happens.
I can open up with the quote again. I don't give a F what you think about me. Just think. Like, you can
Right.
say what you want about me. I don't care.
Right.
It is what it is.
Exactly.
It
It's
is what it is.
everyone's an adult. Everyone, you chose this as your channel name. You're going to now make content. What anyone else, the only other person I would think that has a say is your wife. And she's not even that involved. So,
No, she does. She's not even subbed to me. She doesn't love me.
right.
No, I'm
No,
just messing. No, she's not into this. All this. She sees what that negative side of what everything happening is.
mm-hmm.
It just so happened she happened to hear Miss Stargate's comment about me being a misogynistic F boy,
Uh-oh.
and she
Well,
was
Uh-oh.
not
you're not
happy
to
about
her,
that.
but listen, but
I'm
you
just
do
Uh-oh.
letting you know.
Let's
understand.
I'm
not
just letting you
You do
rehash.
know.
Let's not
understand.
rehash.
I was willing to have a conversation with her because even though I know you're
No,
not
you don't.
misogynistic to her, so you can still. It's
Well,
like the Kamala
damn.
Harris. Remember
You acting
when?
like I'm misogynistic only on the weekends. Like, what are you
Oh yeah,
doing?
yeah, you are. With stars on the,
Oh,
you are
stop,
misogynistic.
stop, stop.
No,
Let's
no,
not
because
I gotta
start.
hit the damn button again. This is
okay,
level 2.
level two, level two. No, here's the thing.
Now
You
I'm not feeling safe.
are you
Uh
not
oh.
feeling safe? Oh no, no, no. I'm gonna be
Well, if
real
you're
safe.
looking
I'm gonna
for
be
I'm
real
just
safe.
protection,
kidding.
if
I'm
you're
just
looking for
kidding.
protection, I know a guy.
I'm a real.
No, thank you.
Here's
Okay.
the thing. Here's the thing. When identity is confronted with a female who's opinionated, I don't think identity is used to that. So
Well,
he's great.
damn, now you're
Huh?
talking
So
about my wife.
no, no,
Uh-oh.
no. I said identity. No, I said identity because your wife is in a position where she allows you to lead. And so the thing of it is
You
that
just make this up as you go along, don't you?
no, you're not misogynistic to her because to her you are
I
her.
think I just felt this VSNI's wrong. I think I just
You
felt that.
did. You did. My mouth. I'm like, I'm like
No,
star,
so
star,
no, no,
star,
no, no. Let me
star,
finish.
star, star.
No, because this is the thing.
If he's
What?
misogynistic to you, he would be to every other person.
Yes.
No, no, no. Here's the thing. Let me finish my point. It's
Okay.
like remember when that Judge Garrett dude was on trial and Kamala Harris, and he obviously treated some women very disrespectfully, and then there were some women that he treated with respect. And it's like Kamala Harris said, you do know that men can treat some women with respect and disrespect other females at whim, right? So just because other females come to your defense and say, no, he treated me with respect, but then there's some women that dudes feel like, oh no, I can be disrespectful towards her, and they become this misogynistic fuckboy towards
I'm
Okay.
women
gonna
who
Now,
leave you
they
with
as
this,
a
Star.
third party that was watching from the sidelines, I don't see it particularly your way.
Mhm.
I'm just saying, not because I'm on his panel, but
no, because you
you
don't know the whole
are,
story, Miss
well,
BSN.
do Jesus.
Uh-oh. Round
So
1, fight.
No, no,
it's
but
not
Miss
like that.
BSN
It's not like that.
to have because me and Identity agree to disagree from the whole subject
Yes.
because he said he was saying the way he had presented the information to Binary about how I did not come like he did say that I
I
was
know all
male
about
pattern.
run them phones, yes.
Yes, yes, we
Yes.
all know
And
about that
so
one.
but so do we know that Identity actually said that instead I did make it sexually ambiguous that sometimes men run phones and sometimes women run phones. So I was not also promoting distrust in relationships. I was saying that because when people actually do go through phones, there's a reason,
Hey,
and there's
defrauding, you
reasons.
don't have to bring this sector to me. It already showed up.
So, but Identity was saying with Star, I didn't say that I never went through phones, but on my panel, he automatically said, well, I just automatically, he was like, I felt that he just automatically took the high road, but because he did not divulge that, well, yeah, one time I did go through somebody's phone.
I've just been inspired to
I heard
create a
I heard it all. I even
agree to
heard when y'all were
disagree
on
button.
right. But like let's get back to those meadows and start woosah. Let's count to 10 so we don't rehash. Yes.
I'm actually in
Okay.
a good place because I
Okay.
actually
Let's
don't.
all
I'm
count to
confused
5.
because I
1,
feel like
spot him,
people.
shot him. 2,
Because
spot
I
him,
feel
shot
like
him.
people
3,
think.
spot him, shot him. 4, spot him, shot
Ah,
I feel like people. I feel like. I feel like people think I'm fixing to attack it, and I'm not going to attack it. I was just saying that my point was if his wife heard that part of the conversation, but she wasn't privy to the other parts of the conversation that we had where identity staked actually had said some
Star,
things
you
that I
you got
said
me
that I
wondering
shouldn't
where
have.
my kill switch is on my car. Because sometimes you just want to shut
All
it
right,
down.
I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet.
Uh, all
I
he
just
said
don't
was
love
that
law.
she heard it. Right. All he said was that she heard it.
Yeah,
Whether
we
she
we
heard the
got you,
But she
whole
Star.
didn't know
thing,
the
it
whole
doesn't
story.
matter. But it at this point,
It
that's
does
not.
matter, though.
No, because
It
if
does
she
matter.
listen, if she didn't jump on the mic and act like another wife that does that in the background, that's all I'm gonna say, and everybody should know what I'm
That's
referencing.
why
Yeah, I'm
And
not
you
married to that
should
kind of woman.
okay, so
No disrespect.
but no, but it's still one of those if I think if I walked up and heard someone say that
snippets
about my husband and I may not have known the whole thing, I know you
because
would have
you
heard me in the background,
exactly,
but that's just me
exactly. So
until but
that's
he
why
probably
I
would have shut
said.
me down. So it's not that she, you know, it's YouTube. She probably has in her mind that's just
So here's
YouTube.
the thing:
As long as it
Well,
doesn't show up
she's
at her
actually
front
people can
wondering
have a
door.
beef with
why I
somebody.
even bother with it.
People,
Well, but you know,
people can
Yeah,
have a beef with
it's
somebody
because
based off
I
of
know
their
that was
love
her.
one snippet of a whole of a big conversation. So because he did not tell her the part where he was actually in the wrong, she could have been also privy to that information, but he didn't make her aware of that.
mm,
So you see why I was trying to get
I
identity to say, well, at least let me talk to your wife
you're
so I
starting to
can
break
clear
up a
that
little
up
bit,
with
Star.
her
Just so you
because
know.
I do not think he.
Happy
No, say
belated
that again.
birthday at QT.
Yeah, you're breaking up just a little bit. If you're
Uh,
traveling or moving
okay,
around or
I'll be
something.
quiet until I get. I'll be I'll be quiet until I get home.
Oh, okay, yeah, because it does sound like you're traveling. So, and if you out there in the mountains, you know how that is.
Oh,
Now,
if you want to get
with
to
the
the
marriage
mountains,
thing,
if you want to get to the mountains, I know a guy.
You know what?
I know a guy.
Stop. We won't
low
even.
key.
I'm
Whew,
sorry, I
we
cut somebody off. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
If you wanted to, one of the things about the touching on the marriage thing, like my wife, she started with the sector as well, like with the linen honor thing. Like I didn't know anything about any of this until it was from her. So like I remember we wanted to donate and I had the money and then finally, she was like, "Hey, before you do that, check this out." And we went to go look at this guy, linen honor, and she was like into it and we would watch it together. And then eventually, after it was like, kind of the same thing all the time, she kind of like didn't want to watch it anymore. So she stopped watching. And then after she stopped watching, at a certain point in time, I had to ask, like, when is this going to? But at the same time, she would always say, "Hey, why do you still watch the sector? Or what's so interesting about it? I don't see how this is helpful or anything else like that." And I was like, "Well, you just got to hear what some of them are saying." But she doesn't entertain the idea. So my wife is kind of like yours. She's not really involved with the sector like that or involved in like the conversations. However, if she heard the conversations like this that I'm having with y'all now, from earlier, that is something that she would really enjoy because these are the kind of conversations I have with my friends and coworkers and stuff like that. So like I feel like with that identity, we're pretty much on a similar wavelength as far as conversation types of things that we talk about.
Yeah, yeah, I know I got some homies listening right now that one, they're surprised I even have a channel, and two, I talk about this like these are my questions I have in my everyday life. I'm not making this stuff up. I really, really would like to know other aspects of just what I'm thinking about, and. So
Yeah,
and star, we good. Don't trip. Don't even trip. We good. I'm rusing you, but still, we good. Don't worry about it.
But my whole
and
thing
like
is that I didn't want your wife to think that like I was saying that you were a misogynistic fuckboy as a whole. It was just you was being one at that moment. And that if you gave her access to the information, the whole story, I don't want her mad at me because she don't know
Uh,
the whole story.
can I give you a scenario, Star?
Sure, sure.
You hang out with your mom, right?
Absolutely.
and if you're walking in the mall and all you heard was somebody call your mother a bitch, would you really want to know the context, or would you really be like, "Oh hell no"?
But because of my growth, I actually like mom. Like, what's going? I would ask her, "Do you know why she's calling you a bitch?" I would actually ask that
Yeah,
because of my
I guess
growth.
I'm opposite of that because I probably would tackle whoever's calling my mother a bitch. That's just me. I
Right.
don't
Yeah,
know.
I'd be
Because
going.
because this is the thing. Because let me finish why I would say that. I have had experiences where I've actually fought people because I've heard bits of part of a conversation because someone attacked somebody that I love, and the person that I was attacking for actually was in the wrong. So I always, because of that experience, I always find out what's going on before I even take anybody's side, including the person that I love, even because it was my kid. I was ready to fight somebody because somebody came after my kid, and I'm like, I'm a grown person fixing to fight a child because I knew that this person would fought my kid. And so my whole thing is after I heard the whole story, I'm like, we both could have been in jail because she no, I would have been in jail because I would have attacked the kid because my whole thing is even though nobody has the right to jump my daughter was basically going around talking about this is my oldest one. She was uh saying things like I don't think that she had the right to jump her, but like what I told the girl, I said, well, you should have approached her and asked her if what she said about you was based on somebody else's because it was a thing that she said something that somebody else brought up and and it was like, well, I asked my oldest daughter, I said, well, why didn't you just find out if it was true or not before you said it? So I understand, like, if somebody's lying on you, a lot of people they don't use their words, they use their fists to, handle situations. So here you go. So my whole thing is because you assume that your kid is, I don't assume that anytime like my kid is in a or somebody in my family is actually in a squabble that the person that I'm like love is not always in the right. So because of that experience, that's why I always
Well,
ask
no,
questions
I definitely don't fault my wife for feeling the way she felt because if the shoe was on the other foot, I would probably be
because
asking her
you
the same
don't have
questions of.
because exactly, but because you don't have the same, I guess, experiences that I've had, and you don't automatically just say, well, maybe this person is in the wrong, and which
And
at
that's
the
fine.
time,
We can agree to
right.
disagree on that because we have a
Right.
different aspect
So
on that.
is it okay to fight somebody if you're in the wrong or fight or get somebody to hate that person because you are in the wrong? And you want and you gang up as a unit to hate on somebody when they're completely innocent. Is that the right thing to do? Identity.
I would definitely say for me, I don't give a damn
Yes.
what. Even if my mom did.
So
Wait
here's
a
the
minute.
thing. So if the person
Wait.
that you love,
Start. Hold up. Even if my mom was in the wrong, I would find out after the fact. But in that moment, I will not let anybody disrespect her.
my
Like
whole thing is, but if your
that
mom was being disrespectful,
happens
identity,
after the fact
well,
because
identity. My thing is, if my mom was being the disrespectful person, and they was the party at fault, I would not. I would be like, "Yo, you got me out here looking stupid. Like, why you got me out here
yeah, but
fighting your
that
battles?" That
conversation for me, I would have
That
after the
happened later.
fact. Yeah, because
well,
my
that's
first line of defense,
there
my
you
first
go.
level of it is no, you're not going to disrespect her under any circumstance. Now, if she's
But that's
wrong, I'll deal
yeah.
with that. But that's just
Well,
like I said,
yeah.
that's just
Well, there's
difference of
yeah.
opinion.
Hey, we all different people. We all do things differently. So my whole thing is, that I don't think it's right, and I'm willing to fight for my honor, even if it was somebody that chose to hate me because of something you did that was wrong. So, and if they choose to hate me even after the fact, then that's their choice. So, there you go.
Sector.
Should I hit the
Oof. Okay, that took a
wow?
left turn.
That's that
Yeah,
action right there.
man, Al's not even on the panel, and that took a left turn.
That's
Uh-uh.
what
Jesus.
people
It took a left turn at
came
all.
for. Get your cash apps ready.
Yo, speaking of
I'm gonna
which,
sniff my tea out.
since we're up here, does anybody have anything to promote? Any kind of, something you want me to share? Put in the whatever chat, back chat. Let me know. I know defrauding you usually do your channel thing, so if you want me to put that in the chat,
Oh yeah, no
put it in the
problem,
back,
man.
and I'll put it up. It should come up as a link for people to get to.
Yeah.
Miss VSN, do you ever promote anything? I don't remember hearing you say that you promote anything specifically, so that's why I'm asking.
I promote life. How about that?
Okay.
Life,
Does that have
love.
a link?
I have a channel that
Okay.
I'm just starting to put things up, but it's not really sector based.
Okay.
So, but it's my screen name, very easy. Google search, you find
Wow,
it.
you don't want these heathens coming over there. I
Well,
understand. I
yeah, I
understand.
mean, I had to take down all
You
my
get
other
like 5
information
Stargates on here,
prior.
but
No, Stargate's good. She's better
Yeah.
than me in one aspect of just wanting to build bridges with people where I'm like, F you.
yeah,
I don't have the patience for it,
yeah, Star. You need a button that's labeled "F this,"
Yeah.
and just hit it and walk away. Like F this, man. I'm
That's
out of
not,
here.
but then I wouldn't be Star though. I wouldn't be
Yeah, you
myself. So
still be
it
Star. That just means you have limits.
no, my thing is my I do not limit myself in trying to
Fit
get
into anyone's
myself
box. There you go.
yeah, so yeah, exactly. So my thing is if you choose not to want to kick it with me because of how I am, I totally get that. So my thing is I don't get rid of people. People get rid of themselves. So if you don't want to fool with me anymore because of my philosophy, I get that and I won't force myself on you.
Yeah.
But star is star. Like one of my brothers said, star is star. And that's how she is. Either you gonna fuck with her or you're not. So
Hey,
Old
I hate the
soul.
subject change real quick, but I've been meaning to ask you, how do you feel about the whole Stefan Gaetano thing? Like with him, like accusing somebody of some sexual misdoings that they didn't actually do. Like, what do you actually feel about that? Everybody on the panel, I'm asking that question.
Yeah, I can. I thought about this, and I think I said it somewhere. Maybe I don't know where I said it, but I do not condone that level of ridicule. That was like that. That was so blatant. It was disgusting of what happened to Lenin. As far as even if you hate Lenin for whatever reason you want to hate him for, I don't understand with and I'll add Flacco's name in this because he definitely defends Stefan as far as being like it's back in the day, whatever else.
He
If
definitely
you're
has
willing to
video
protect,
on it.
yeah, if you're willing to protect people in black businesses, that guy did almost everything he could to destroy whatever business revenue he was getting from YouTube. That could have destroyed him. I mean that
Yeah,
that that level of allegation, and now you got to defend it. And if he's not saying anything, that's like public opinion of him admitting that he's guilty. Like all these things come with that. And
Yeah.
then to feel like everybody's no longer allowed to talk about it because it's old. It's like no, no, no. That
It's not that old.
it's not. It's not that old. I mean, I just joined. I just checked out Lennon. What early this year is when I started listening to Lennon,
It's not
and
that old.
and to find out that this is the guy
Right.
really, and
yeah.
so I'm
Yeah.
not a fan of the idea that just let it go. It's like yeah, because it hasn't been dealt with yet. Just because you want everyone to let it go doesn't mean we should. I mean, is there a level? I feel like there are some things that people do that deserves an apology to some degree. They don't owe me one. That's not what I'm saying because I wasn't the one
Right.
actually in the crosshair. But there's definitely some level of apology that has to be had. That was just a disrespectful, disgusting thing to do.
Yeah.
To a man who's just trying to be on YouTube and put out feel
It's
good
speaking about
videos and
right. It's speaking about someone that you support, and
yeah.
the
And
only
if
way
you
you're
if
going
you
to
hate
come
him,
at them is taking them down, like
if
at
you
all
hate him
costs.
because he comes at Umar, that's fine. But what does that have to do with the slanderous things and then just making it seem like he's doing all these secret things in dungeons And then you act like we're supposed to just forget it. No, I'm not a fan of that. I'm definitely not a fan of that.
Well, everybody
Right. What did it have to do with
should.
him?
Right, but everybody should also. I mean, I agree with you, Identity. I don't. I kind of sometimes feel like I'm in the twilight zone because it's like, stop gaslighting. No, seriously, stop gaslighting and saying, "Well, no, that really didn't happen like that," or "It really wasn't that serious." And it's like, yeah, it is.
It
It
is.
is serious. You could have destroyed a marriage. You could have broken up a family. You could have destroyed his life. You don't know how people could react in the back end of that either. So we see and hear about, YouTubers killing themselves every day
Yeah.
who have
And
big platforms and have lots of subs. So, cut it out.
then here's something I want to interject with and put in there for my chess players that like to play chess. There's a piece on the board for those who are not familiar. It's called the knight. What a knight does is the knight has the ability to move in an L shape. Sometimes when the knight can move in an L shape, he can go into two different directions, possibly. And what happens is he can fork pieces. He can attack two pieces at the exact same time. So they can make them lose something one way or the other. So it could be your queen and your rook, and you have to make a choice because the knight is about to take one of these, but one of these is more important than the other. And that's what they're counting on, right? In this situation, he put him in a situation that was similar to a knight situation. If he were to not say anything at all, he gets slandered in the black community that's extremely homophobic and that has this narrative right now of the whole buck busting thing, and they've got all this other stuff going on, right? So he's in that public opinion field. He doesn't say anything at all. If he does say something, now he's gay bashing. Now he's against homosexuality. Now he looks like he is one of those people that's persecuting people that are homosexual. So he put him into a situation where it was lose-lose on both sides, and what he had to do was make a choice. Am I going to side with this side over here to defend myself, or am I going to go the opposite direction and embrace it, and then have myself be ruined in the African American or black community for however long? And it was a crazy situation because I'm like, man, that is so malicious because this isn't chess, this isn't a game, this is somebody's actual life. So I
Yeah.
was like, this is a very malicious move. And I was like, it's a salacious claim. It's terrible. It's ugly. The person that comes up with something like this, I have to ask, what is your mental stability? Like, what are you thinking? What are you doing? And I was like, it kind of makes me say, even though it just happened to Lynn and it wasn't to me, that happened to any one of us. That could
Right.
be
And
any one of
that's
us.
the most important thing to remember. It can at any moment happen to any one of us on here, even if you're not a content creator. It can get onto someone's panel and people start talk, it's like that telephone game type thing. So,
And
yeah,
it made it all the way up to Umar. Umar heard about it, and then
right.
he made a video on it on his Instagram, and he was talking about it, called him out of his name.
Well,
Everybody was cheering and rejoicing
which
over that.
is, but it's sad because, um, for me, it says if you are this ultra professional with 6 degrees, would you really get down in the gutter on something like that? Would you really be cheering? Because the same thing and allegations could happen to him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So you always have to remember, what is that old saying? One finger pointing, but how many are pointing back at you? Yeah, that.
yeah.
Mm.
And some of them who have done some really dastardly things just have to take the lumps. I'm sorry. You have to take the lumps.
That's where I
Because,
stand with it. Like, you don't get upset because this is coming back full circle. It is what it
yeah,
is. You
yeah.
played in the mud. Don't get mad when you get dirty.
And
But
stop trying to drive people to your channel to get views because you have a video there that explains it. Well, people want to hear it right then and there. So
yeah,
explain it to
Right.
people, and if you have to do that on each and every panel, then you do that on each and every panel. Are you going to get sick of sounding like a broken record? Yes, but considering you had no problem being a broken record and being
Yeah.
wrong in what you were saying before, you should feel good about coming back around and trying to clear that up.
Yeah.
It's a consequence of the action. And this is
Yeah.
something that should have been weighed in the beginning when you made this choice, you thought about it, you contemplated and came up with this scheme. It should have been contemplated what are going to be the outcomes? What's the worst case scenario? What are the consequences of this? And what am I going to have to answer to? And can't be mad now that it's here. It's here. Here's the consequence. People are going
And
to
people
constantly bring it
just
up.
exactly, and people, I find it hard to believe that people just suddenly sit up in bed and like, this is what I'm going to do today. Like that
Yeah.
just is so mind blowing to me. Like,
Well,
yeah, I
here's the
just
crazy part. In one instance, it's a statement of I thought I was being trolled, but then it's another statement of about sex dungeons and whatever else. It's like, well, wait, you're wondering whether or not it's valid when you think you're getting trolled, but then you blatantly lied.
right.
I
Yeah.
don't understand how do you stand on both of those and then try to play victim. That's the
Yeah,
part I got
that
a problem with.
yeah. The
And then
victim
you and your
in
friends are
this is
still
still the
continuing
same
it.
victim, right? There's only one victim, and that's Lennon and his family, in my opinion. But
Yeah,
you know, it's consequences. Some of these people are individuals are young. They're
yeah,
younger than me, so I'll just say they're young and have yet to learn that yes, as you said, defrauding, there's consequences for actions.
Yeah.
There's
there
many
should
people
be.
sitting in, well, there should be. I mean, even to the point of, I mean, you should be grateful people allow you on your panel. Ow. You should be grateful that I just
Uh-oh.
had to say it. I'm just saying. You should be
Sector.
grateful that what, sector alert? Yeah. I said my piece in the chat. So just I don't know. It's, yeah. Just as you, if you live in a glass house, stop throwing the stones because a boulder's going to come back at you, and it's going to shatter everything. And if people don't believe you, there's a good reason they don't believe you. Stop being confused by that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And Al asked me what's the real consequence, and I would say that there is no real big consequence for him. Like he hasn't been ruined. His reputation is a little shot for us logical thinking people that can discern whether or not we should be listening to everything this person says from here on out. But there was no real consequence for him. His life isn't ruined. He wasn't put out there like that on the same level that the person he accused was. The
right.
only consequence he has is he has to just answer to this whenever somebody brings it up. And from what I've seen, he doesn't want to do that. He wants to refer you back to, oh, I don't have to do that. You need to catch up. Go watch these videos that people have
Right,
privated
right.
or some obscure location where they have like 1,000 videos over the top of that. So, or check it out. Come to my channel and we can talk about it there instead of just, airing it out here and it's going to come up every time. And, like she said earlier, you just gotta answer. You just gotta tell people what's going on with it. And people want to hear, how did you change as a person? Like, what did you do to rectify this other than apologize? Apologizing, I don't know why people think that that's just enough. But, like, how else did you rectify the situation when you've done it wrong that's just that great? There's some things that, yeah, you can't apologize for, and that's just it. But when you do something this egregious, there has to be more than an apology. Like, there has to be. There has to be some kind of way that you started living your life differently. You started, I don't know, donating to the channel. You gave me some membership money. I don't know, man. You did something. But
Yeah,
you can't
there
just,
has to be some level of an apologetic move. You can't don't like I said the victim side of thing that bothered me. It doesn't
yeah,
make sense to me, And I'm not sitting there trying to be on some higher ground than anyone else. I just think respectfully, yeah, you went really personal on that one. And
yeah.
just saying, oh, it was back in the day, or leave it alone. How can you do that? I can't see that happening without some level of responsibility of what happened. So I
Somebody
don't.
said, do you think he was trolled? Yeah, right. I think he was taught. Think he was
Right.
called. And then afterwards, a very good excuse is I was trolled because that seems to be, they was trolled on all the guys that they came up with. Even when they found an ad on Craigslist, I was trolled. Like
Right.
that's not me. That's somebody else's account. They came up with that. And it's kind of like, man, or like when, what's the name, E and J, like they did a video where they showed how they're getting these exclusive text messages, and they showed you that you can just go online and go to a phone generator and create a whole story and texting, and you can do all that stuff. Take a screenshot of it, send it, and here's your receipt, ready made. And it's kind of like the same thing with the receipts. It's even been pulled up now. It's funny. It may be true. It may not be true. But me being a person that uses graphic design software and I draw my own stuff and illustrate, one of the things I know is that you can forge documents, create all kinds of fake documents, all kinds of fake receipts, and it'll look just like the real thing. And nobody can know the wiser. Like it's so easy to do. And the more you think about how you're doing it and methodically break it down and put it out there, the better the fake or the forgery looks. Like, I mean,
Right.
technology has gotten so far to the point as where they can put somebody else's face on another person in a live stream. It's crazy. Like with the deep fake thing. Like they got all kinds of ways that and things that they can do with these computers now that they weren't able to do before. So forging
Okay.
receipts is really easy these
Easy
days.
to do. So it's almost like you can only believe so much, and that so much is that you actually have it in your hand.
Actually
Like
having it in your
you,
hand, first-hand
yeah,
experience.
yeah. Otherwise, oh, okay.
Yeah.
You just, oh, okay, if you say so. Meanwhile, and making mental notes like,
Right.
I
We'll come
mean,
back to this and see if this holds true in a
exactly.
month or two.
Well, I mean, do you look at the movies that we have that come out these days? The imagery, it's it's just amazing. A person, an actor that has both arms and legs, and in this movie they will have it where they don't have their extremities, and it's like
Yeah.
so real. So
Yeah.
yeah, people walking through walls and
Yeah. We
suddenly
live in a new
appearing,
age.
and yeah, there you go. But anyway,
So it's like I don't even know what to believe in the sector anymore. Like I really don't. It's really hard to figure out what it is. Everybody they love the narrative of that people in this sector are gullible. And the thing is that they're not so
that's
much
so
gullible as
sad.
they are older.
That's
Because
sad.
yeah, there a lot of these people are older. A lot of these people are in their late 40s, 50s and stuff like that. Some of the people are in their 60s. I heard somebody as old as 70 in here before. And I was like, we have to think about the fact of the matter is that they come from a different generation. They didn't see all of this. They didn't know about all this fakery. They didn't see all of these computer images or computer graphic images that are rendered and
Hmm.
created. So it's kind of like, of course they're gonna get fooled by it. Hell, people from this generation will get fooled by it because
Right.
we do it all the time. We look on social media, we see somebody stunning, standing in front of a Bugatti and a big house, and we're thinking to ourselves, man, wish I could get money like that. Come to find out, this guy just photoshopped himself into the shot. He never was there at all. But what he did do was he told you that you could live just like him if you buy this book. And then he got your money. And then eventually he will be that guy in the picture in that exact
Hmm.
spot when enough people buy it and subscribe to it.
Right.
So, I mean, it's just a different day and age.
It is.
And I guess we should be getting used to things ramping back up with this whole COVID stuff, man. I would hate to go back in hibernation, but this is getting crazy again. So
Yeah.
I
Well,
think
be
part of the reason
prepared.
why, yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Be prepared because it's one of those you already know what we went through initially when it was just like thrown at us. People should be preparing now. Probably should have never stopped preparing, but you know, stock up, folks.
Yep,
Yeah.
toilet paper. I'm going on my toilet
Stock
paper
up.
run in about an
Okay.
hour.
Get your computers
Toilet
fired up and
paper.
ready to go from work, from home.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I've been virtual since 2019, so it's even prior to that. Um, oh my goodness, forgive me with my dog in the background, but it's one of those that all these companies are now talking about having their population office workers coming back in, and I sit back, I'm like, how is that even possible? It's just not possible, feasible. I know especially these larger corporations. I mean, they're going to have hybrid situations. You're in the office a couple of days and then you're out. But then who's vaccinated, who's not? My one
Right.
friend who is dealing with that, and HR sent out an email to everybody, and it's asking them to, are you, select the button, are you not, so that they can determine. She was up in arms over it, and I'm like, they're not asking if you have it, they're asking if you have the vaccination. They need that
Right.
for planning, and it's planning purposes. So, all companies are going to go through this, but companies, I know, I see a large bank that's based in Charlotte um, just announced that they were going to keep their people working from home until October,
Yeah.
so they pushed that date out. So they're still paying their leases and they're still paying, exorbitant amounts of money per month
And see, if I
on
was a business,
utilities.
the first thing I would do is I would try to figure out a way to get computers out to these people that they need so they can make their office cubicle from work at home, and then just demolish the building, get away from that lease, get away from that light bill. I would just cut all that out because obviously people are able to work from home now and able
Hmm.
to do the same thing that they would do in the office from home. And the same amount of work is pretty much getting done because it's like even when you work in the office every day, believe it or not, you're not working every single moment that you're in the office.
Right.
So, same amount of work is getting done, same kind of productivity is happening. I
Hmm.
think the only
Even
thing
more
that's different,
so, you work longer at
yeah,
home than if you
Oh
were
my
the
God.
drop. Yeah, I
I
mean,
learned that the hard way.
oh yeah.
yeah,
When I first started working from home, I mean, where I worked on the kitchen table, so of course, everything's right there. But, we moved, and then it's like I'll look up and be like, it's 1:30. I haven't even had lunch. And yeah, it gets crazy. I do have that cutoff, like, all right, I need to, like, if I look and it's 5:30, there's times my husband's walked in at 6 o'clock. Why are you still working? And I'm like, I didn't even realize the time. We
yeah,
work.
Yeah, I gotta explain that every day. I have no concept of time
Yeah,
anymore.
yeah, yep.
You know,
I'll have y'all
I
laughing.
have I've had the luxury of working from home since last year, March
Mhm.
of
Mhm.
last year. My company actually just said everybody with a laptop go home,
Right.
and we'll let you know when it's time to come back. And they
Mhm.
haven't
Right.
thus far. And things are slowly starting to turn around. Like there were the mask mandate was lifted. They're
Mhm.
really strict where I am, so they definitely stick to all the CDC guidelines. And if one person in there comes in and they came in with a cough, they would clear the whole building and
Right.
just do your quarantining at home. If anyone's been in this building between Monday and Wednesday, then you stay
right,
home. So they were
Mhm.
really strict. And then they started lifting things like, okay, we can have meetings with more than 10 people.
Yeah.
And
Mm-mm.
then it went backwards as of last week. Masks are now required. I'm
Yeah.
like, uh-oh, that might
vaccinated or
mean we're
not.
going to be home for a little longer than what I
Right.
thought.
Right.
Yeah, with
I'd
the
never have buy into the whole, oh, well, if you're vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask. And who said so? Well, I'll continue to wear a mask. That's just me. So, I actually prefer it because I can make all the good faces that I want, except for my eyes might be telling a different story. But yeah, it it's a lot different. But I did it just to loop back real quickly when you were saying about losing track of time, like working from home.
Yeah.
So I had put in for vacation time because they've really been pushing it this year. Last year we all were like in a quandary of take time off. We're not going anywhere, but we're scared to death. And it was just all of that going on. This year people are taking time, whether they're traveling or not. I
Right.
went to submit a timesheet today and I laughed because I was like, what are these 16 hours already on my timesheet?
Thank
And
you,
I
Carla
looked,
Martin. I apologize, Miss VSN, but thank you, Carla Martin.
oh, No problem. And I looked, and I was supposed to be off on Monday, the 2nd, and I worked. Yeah, we lose track of time. I bust out
Yeah.
laughing. I was like, so I was supposed to be off. Not a manager asked me, why are you online? I was like, wow, this is just, it gets bad. So yeah, they don't have to worry. Then Friday, tomorrow, and this coming Monday, I am off. Like, don't even look for me. Don't look for me.
I sort of taken a break from YouTube, to be honest,
Yeah.
because I felt myself. I was trying to cover all the late nights, all the afternoons, all the, I could work and do that at the same time, which is just kind
Mm-hmm.
of the nature of my job. I can multitask. So
Multitask. There you go.
yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
I found myself starting to lose sleep, and it was like, this is not good. So
Mm-hmm.
I had to kind of let my wife know, like, okay, I'm going to come up with a structured way of doing this, but it includes going my own direction. So
Mm-hmm.
hence this show. Like I
Right.
at least just I'll carve this spot out for 3-4 hours, and
Mm-hmm.
then I'll just kind of either float in the chat everywhere else, but I'm not on panels much anymore because I would lose track of time. I could be.
Yeah.
I mean, hours could go by, and it's like, wow, like
You don't realize it, but you're just when you're conversating and um YouTube over the last year really has in one aspect been a godsend
yeah,
um for many different reasons. Because you figure, I mean, I laugh, I mean, you can flip but your channel on the TV but so many times or look at the same um if you have DVR, same movies over and over again, or however you look at it if you're streaming, but um at least with YouTube, it was like different content. And I mean, I've been on YouTube and looked at so many different, I don't call them sectors, but just different genres in a sense. But this one, I mean, you find cool people to hang out and talk, and it was a godsend in a sense.
Speaking of which, I did sort of stumble into the manosphere.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that was a surprised one for me.
Oh,
I didn't
Jesus.
even know who I was on the panel with, and I think I text binary like, "Dude, I was talking to this guy," and he's like, "Oh, he's huge." I had no clue. I was like, "What the hell?" It was just a conversation that came up. The guy let me up, and he's like, "As long as you don't come over here with any
Any
crazy
mess, you're
stuff, because
good.
I don't know you. I don't know you
Right,
who you are." I had to let him know, no, I'm only here for the build. I heard some things, and I just want to chime in. Great
right.
conversation. I think they wanted to cut my head off because if I wasn't saying that, women ain't shit,
Mm-hmm.
then it was like, yeah, if you don't agree, they're gonna either cut you out or whatever else. But I rocked out. I mean, I actually subbed to the guy's channel who was hosting it. Pretty cool guy, and
Well, that's
it was
good.
just weird. I stumbled on it, and I'm like, oh wow, this is what it is. Maybe that's why my spidey sense is tingling because all I keep hearing about is how women ain't shit, or not ain't shit, not ain't shit. Let me correct that. Women need they have things they need to learn on, and all that other stuff. I just,
Where
some of it
men
was
don't.
like, yeah, you're overshooting this one in my opinion. Like, how
Okay.
do you tell somebody responsibility? They need to ramp up theirs, but you
Right.
have none to carry. Like, what?
Yeah.
Isn't this a relationship? Like,
Right.
so yeah, so I came in with some relationship ideas, and they were like, "Hold up, are you trying to get a woman?" I was like, "No, I'm trying to maintain one." So it's
Hello. I
maybe
mean,
my
there's a
angle is
difference.
different. Yeah, maybe my
There
angle
is
is
a
different.
difference. Yeah, when you're in a, I'll say healthy relationship.
Yeah,
And yeah, not everybody may want a relationship, but I don't know. It's just, don't get in a pulpit and try to derail everybody. I don't know. Sometimes I feel some people are trying to, you know,
yeah. I'm not a. I can't say I'm 100. I know I'm not 100%. I'm not with the Kevin Samuel. I'm not 100% follower of that guy. Do I think some of his points are valid? Yes, some of them, but I think his delivery is deliberate, and it riles people up, and I see why that
and
is part of
that
the
is
narrative.
right. And that is why he has the sub following that he does. And that's why, you know, a lot of it is when you find what works, some people stick with it.
Yeah, So I'm not mad at him for like generating the show that he has. I mean, didn't he hit 1 million or something recently? Like
Oh, I don't know. I know
he's
nothing.
ridiculously popular, and I get it. But at the same time, when I hear certain things, I take all the celebrity out of it. I have
Right.
to. Like, one, I'm not a celebrity, so I don't care what their lives are, what they're
Right.
doing and how they're
Their lives are the same
experiencing
of
life.
ours, except they just got a lot of money and then they have to pretend when they're outside of their home. That is the difference in them. Yeah, I
So
said it.
you don't listen to any of that Manosphere stuff, or have you
No,
listened to
but
some
this
of
is
it?
the thing. Well, no. I guess just a little bit that either binary has mentioned or whatever. Um, the only thing that I've seen of Kevin Samuel was someone asked him to talk like Umar, and I thought it was
Yes.
hysterical. His reaction, I laughed so hard over that. Um, that is the extent to what I listen to. I don't. hmm, I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to be disrespectful
Real
to
quick,
people.
hey Al, I implore you to just stand down, man. Just relax, man. You
Yeah,
know.
I'm the only mod. So everybody don't talk bad about mods because I could be in there zapping. And I'm not because I am on the panel, but then
Wait, I
again, you
thought I.
know, hey, people can rock it out. Um
Yeah, I
but
see. There's
if
a
it
little
gets
back
too
and forth.
bad, yeah, I did see it and he was even with me, which it's hard to be on the panel and kind of respond back in the chat, like watching the comments and try to
Yeah,
because
I
you have to
see that you're
switch to
doing
another
that. I appreciate
screen.
that.
Yeah, so hopefully, if there were trolls in here, they're having a ball. Hey, it is what it is.
Well, as long as that meat guy doesn't come back.
Oh, well, of course, if you don't let him up on camera, we'll be okay because there's no telling what he might show the next time around. I'm just saying.
Raw meat, baby.
Woo, that was the strangest thing in life.
I didn't get an opportunity to see the meat guy that y'all talking about. So
Oh,
Oh
you have
how was
to
man.
that?
go watch Identity's first show. Go
Yeah,
watch
it
his
happened
first
Gotcha.
like in the
live.
first 10, 15 minutes, right?
And as soon as you dropped the link and you were like, people come up and you were like, I'm not sure who this is. I was already saying, don't let him up. Don't.
I didn't
It's
know
just
how to
an
read the chat
instinct.
and run the show at the
Oh my
time, so
gosh.
that's why
That's
I
my
missed it.
instinct. Is like, if you don't know the name, um, and of course, then it's like, well, cam up so I can see. And then it's like, oh my gosh. We all laugh about it, but that
That
has
was
to be the
spooky.
strangest. Yeah, it was the strangest thing. His whole look, it
But
just, woo.
the funny thing is, I bet you that guy's still watching to this day.
Oh, he probably is. He said, didn't he say he found you some other way?
Yeah, he said he just found the channel. I'm like, what were you searching for?
Yeah, to find that of all things.
Like,
Like,
this is my first show. How did you even find me?
What was the
unless he was
trigger
like,
word
who
you
went
used?
live? Maybe it's, I
It
don't know.
was
I think the
Back for
name.
the First Time was the title. Back for the First Time. That doesn't sound controversial or anything. It was just me, just, hey, look, by the way, I'm starting a channel. I'm trying to learn the tools, so come up, talk, let's hang out. And then he popped up in there eating raw meat.
Oh, dude, sound like a real creeper. Because
Yeah.
back to the first time could have been anything. I
When
just
you
went
see it
outside a second
defrauding,
ago.
yeah, when you see it
What am I
defrauding, you'll
talking about? Couldn't I
understand. You'll be
share
like,
that? It's my
whoa.
channel.
Right.
I can share
Yeah.
that, right?
All right, let me see. I'm a fall back. Sorry, I did. Who's falling back? Oh, Carla. I'm just looking at the
Oh man, the
comments.
sector said you don't have the rights to share your own videos.
Is that true?
Who? Who said that he doesn't?
I
What
don't
did
know.
defrauding say?
I guess
I
I
said
don't have a right.
I said the sector would say that you don't have a right to.
Uh yeah, I'm a flag me.
As soon as they find your channel, they're gonna be like, "Oh man, let's start flagging them, y'all. Y'all know what to do."
I'm gonna call CPS if I don't respond.
Okay, now y'all know that the Al show likes to debate. I'll use that word. And y'all are gonna go around and around and around and around until y'all are dizzy and he's not. But have at it.
All right, I think I got it.
I haven't
Yeah, I got
unblocked
it.
him. I'm just
Oh,
saying.
have at it. Where? Oh, is it in the comments that this is happening?
So let me see if I can figure out how to share this. Share
Oh
screen.
yeah, this is happening in the chat. I see.
Let's see if
Yeah,
that
like in
works.
StreamYard, if you hit the comments, you
Yeah, I
can
see
see
it.
what's happening. Yeah, it's just replying back. You have to go on another screen, so that's why I'm kind of like I can't fight the.
Yeah, and if you don't time it perfectly, it'll boot you out.
Yeah,
Yes, certain people I don't even entertain that unless I'm looking for some entertainment to laugh and to make some jokes.
look at Identity getting techie here. Look at this.
I'm trying here. I'm trying to see if
Mm,
this works. Let me know if this works. Can you guys see it?
I'm surprised
yeah.
Sodom had came up earlier. 'Cause I used to mess with him, call them Bilbo Swaggins all the time.
hmm
Can you guys hear it?
No, I don't hear it.
Nope.
No.
No, I don't know how to share the volume, the audio
When
though.
you share, I'm not even doing lives yet, and I got this information. When you share screen, there's also a share audio that you have to click on.
The audio is before you share the
Oh,
screen.
Yeah.
all right. So let me kill that.
I think that was a tidbit Binary gave the star a long time ago, and I remember that.
Right.
Crazy, huh?
Right.
Hey, I'm learning here. So
I'll be
actually,
prepared when I finally start doing lives. I'm not letting any of
yeah,
y'all
I'm
up
gonna
on
be
my
there to
panel.
troll
Hint,
you if you
hint.
don't do it right. I'm gonna be there to troll you if you don't do it right. It's called love, tough love. All right, here
I'll
we
just
go.
block. I'll be like block.
Share.
You
You
see where it
guys,
says share audio?
did I do it again?
I don't know. I was asking you.
I don't see
Star
it.
can tell you where to look, but I know
Yeah,
it's.
so like when you starting the when you before right before you share, there's a share audio.
Oh, okay, okay.
You see it?
Yeah, share
And then you have
screen.
to turn your audio, share your
Yeah,
audio.
there's a little checkbox. I see it. That little guy. There we go. Jeez,
I know. You think they would
that
make it
should
more
be on by
engaging?
default.
Is
That's
defrauding
what
like
I
in
said.
traffic?
That's what I said. And I was like,
Here's
Identity
your
is gonna
pro
have
tip.
so many problems, and I can't wait to get back at him.
My
When
bad.
he
It
has
was
to
a
ask the star for questions.
Yeah, right. Let me know if
She's
you can hear
loving
it.
every second.
Yeah,
They're
they
not
are.
gonna
They are
troll
cammed
you.
up. They are
Okay, there
cammed
you
Still
go.
up.
don't.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So
Yep.
okay,
They
good.
don't show nothing.
Oh
Can you guys hear it?
Yes.
I
Unadulterated
didn't
is
want much.
here.
I just
Unadulterated.
felt the need
Yes.
to come up and say a cool glass of tall Arkansas water.
Oh, what happened?
It's probably
Skip it over.
Oh,
Yeah. Give it a
Okay.
little bit.
that sounded so damn good. So I just wanted to
Nice.
everybody go out and have a cup of cool
Yes. Once he
Arkansas
got off,
cold,
that's when it
ice
got
cold
weird.
water for everybody.
Nice. Nice.
Well,
Thank you for
that's
joining the
nice.
first show. I appreciate it.
Congratulations, bro. I'm gonna
I
drop down
appreciate you,
Yeah.
man.
and I'm gonna check you guys out. Hello to the chat. All right.
I appreciate
All
you.
right, adulterated.
All right. I'm going to take a chance. Y'all, hold on. I don't know who this is, but I'm going to be real quick with the button. You ready?
Oh boy.
Ready. Oh, who is
I
that?
don't know who
Yo,
this is.
what's up, guys?
Well, hello.
Hello. Who are we?
Sorry, what?
Oh, he's on
Wow.
delay too. Oh,
Oh, that's Theon Greyjoy from
I don't think he's part
the
of
Game
the
of Thrones.
Oh, it's pretty good. I like your message in your channel. Pretty against the government.
Oh, well, look
I
at
like
this.
it.
Oh.
We
against
have someone
government. Oh
out of
boy.
the sector Identity
Mhm.
that
Yeah.
actually watches your show.
Wow. Are you are out of? I'm assuming you're not part of this sector. Is that a right assumption?
I would think so.
I don't know. I don't know. I
Have
just
you
found
been?
it.
Do you know who Umar Johnson is?
Raw meat, baby.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
That was fun.
Welcome to YouTube Live. That was
Now I don't know if that was.
the priceless
Did
moment
you guys still hear
on
that?
YouTube history.
Yeah,
Yes.
we heard it. It was buffering a little bit, but it was,
But yeah, it was
you could
I
see.
heard it and seen it.
Yeah, you saw the whole
Yeah,
thing.
raw meat, baby.
Raw meat, baby.
Yeah, he
Oh,
never
that's a
came back, but he
tagline.
did hit me up in the chat. He hit me up in the chat with some guy who started pushing to the government to sell unpasteurized animal products like raw milk, raw meat. He was sending me info like that in the chat. I'm like, okay. It's hilarious, man. Those are those moments you can't plan. They just happen.
Now, I'll just say this. If that didn't scare you off, you're set. You're good.
I thought it was hilarious. I'm almost proud of
Anybody
it.
else? Well, yeah, but I was going to say that's like a YouTube moment. Anybody else may have been like, I might not want to do this anymore. Like, what kind of craziness is this?
We've
Well,
all been through the
if I
fire.
get calls from like
Yeah, there you go.
CPS or some goofy stuff like the tax man, then I might have to reconsider being on these YouTube streets. I just
No,
don't
you
play
just
those.
fight. You have to fight back if that starts happening because that's a little ridiculous. That's just my personal
I do
opinion.
play dirty, by the way. So if anybody wants to play, I
Well.
do play dirty now. Don't think I'm just gonna roll over. I'm probably better at it than them, to be honest. So I just never flex that muzzle.
Identity has spoken, everyone. The views and opinions expressed.
Right.
Woo.
Just
No.
follow the name of the show. My name's in there. Don't worry about it. It's
There you
all
go.
me.
There you go.
I'll take the heat on that one though. But we got like I got like 5 minutes left. So does anybody have any final thoughts, comments?
I'll give mine. Good show. I'm gonna have to listen to the beginning of it that I missed. I will say that the topic discussed, it just as it started going down different rabbit holes, it is so expansive, and I look forward to the other topics that branched off from this. So I'm gonna drop down. Everyone have a good night until whoever goes on late tonight. Star.
That would be Star.
Maybe not.
Oh, come on.
That's the kind of stuff
You know
never
she will
know.
not go live unless you tell her to.
Yeah. Well, Miss VSN asked me, so I guess I have to now. Yeah.
And then watch me be asleep and not show up. No, but you all take care. Have
Same
a good
to you.
evening, and thanks again for allowing me up on your panel. Identity.
Appreciate you rocking.
All right, take care. I'm gonna drop down now
See you
to
later.
block some people. Kidding.
She's swinging that wrench.
Kidding, not kidding.
Yeah.
So I guess
Go ahead.
I'll go next. Thank you for having me on your show. I love you no matter what. So there you go. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Jesus.
Well, there you go.
Man,
I
feel bullied.
There's that stardust. You take that
That's
stardust.
my ass. That's bullying. I know what that is.
You blew it away. You blew it away.
I know a guy. You better be careful.
Keep that stardust. Star.
The company is called Smoke Securities.
Blowing the stardust away. With anybody else who loves Stardust, take it, love on it, feel it, take that.
Oh, God. Yeah, go check out Star on her page. You didn't give me the link, Star. I would have put it in the chat here.
Oh, that's okay. I think
go check out her channel. If
Right.
you want to hear a lot of people's tagline stolen, check her out. Sometimes she sounds like binary. Sometimes she sounds like identity.
Oh my God.
There we go. Keep it the form. I got you.
Star, welcome to the show.
See, look, that was mine too. Damn. I should get some
Yes.
sort of royalties for this.
My love is your royalty.
The only thing I'm not claiming is that fry warrior. I can't.
The fry
That's not
warrior,
mine.
the
That's not mine.
anti-fried warrior. I have my anti-fried warrior.
Jesus.
All right, bros. Good to
All
talk
right.
to you again.
I'll holler at you.
I'll holler.
Peace. Man, what are you driving trucks this Friday?
My bad. I'm out here biking, and traffic just came in heavy. Train out here. But yeah, I was gonna say for the closing statement of myself, thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. Definitely thank you for plugging the Instagram, man. I really appreciate it. Like
Of course, man. You've been rocking with me since day one, man. I appreciate you, man.
I got like a couple of people from your video came through, and one of them, Skull Drag, she's been really adding some value and telling me all kinds of wild stories that happened to her. So I implore anybody who you got any stories or you got anything that's happened to you, any kind of experience or something, just drop through real quick. Let me know what those stories are, and if I can if you would allow me to write about it, or you have ideas or things for me to write about, I'll do it. As long as I got the spare time, because I also draw, sculpt, and other things like that. So my focus be all over the place. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, definitely check out his Instagram if you haven't already. He definitely has different talents. But I think you like to be on the more darker side of things, though. I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
That's cool. I put your Instagram in there again, so anybody check him out. Some good stuff. But yeah, thanks for rocking, dude.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks. I'll be down in the chat.
All right, peace.
Peace.
And then there was one. All right, people. I think we covered a lot today. I did learn that Mr. Al and the lovely Carla Martin are not really jiving well together, but that's okay. I just ask Al, just stand down. Just stand down. We have a certain level of respect for Carla Martin, and I'm going to uphold that. That's the morality we hold on this channel, man. We protect our ladies because I know a guy. But anyway, I digress. Thank you all for rocking with me again. As always, I'm going to try to have the conversations that I have every day. And the weird thing is they're always sort of controversial in itself, which is why I think that's why I thought I might be onto something here. And this is my everyday life. I love having these conversations. So opening up the show, I did have a quote, and I'm going to end with that same quote. And here we go. So the quote of the day came from David Banner. As soon as I can get this comment off the screen. Sorry, people. Why is this so hard? I don't know why. Sorry. Bear with me. Still learning here. There we go. David Banner. His quote is, "I don't give a fuck what you think about me. Just think." And that was the purpose of this show here. That was the purpose. I wanted people to understand I am coming with a level of knowledge in certain things, but I'm also coming with questions. I'm also coming with experiences that either I've never had or possibly I could learn from. So I'm listening. If you're willing to actually sit down with me and have the conversation and talk to me as if I'm sitting on your living room couch about some things that are either taboo or people shun from even bringing up, I just love that part of the conversations that I can learn something from. So I did have the idea of secular morality having. I do believe it exists. I had that feeling coming in, and after doing a little bit of just on the surface searching and hearing all the conversations today, and in my personal life, I still stand on that. I don't feel like the person that you want to be, the good in you, is sourced outside of you, and I am not going to call that God because I don't know what that is. I'm agnostic. I don't know what that is, but I do understand that we sometimes have that innate feeling that we want to do well, we want to do good for people and do good for people around us, and does that necessarily have to come from text? That's where my logic hat starts to tighten on my brain a little bit. Like, do I really need text to know that I want to respect or treat the women in my life a certain way, or even level of protection, if you want to call it that? I wouldn't say it's misogyny. It's just I just understand that that's part of my job and my purpose on this planet. That's always the way I've been feeling. And is that right or wrong? It's right for me, and it's not hurting anyone. So I don't have a problem holding on to that. In fact, it's actually helping, because that's another level of protection for somebody that, would otherwise may not even want to be in the fight. So, so again, I stand on my idea that what I came in with, secular morality, exists. Now, what popped out of this conversation today was, I think it kind of in a roundabout way, we talked about how religion is secular. Now, I've never heard that put in that frame and in that light. How can religion be non-religious? So I immediately wrote that one down and said, I got to dig on that one, because that's another angle. That's a whole nother show, probably 2 or 3 out of that. But all right. Thanks for rocking with me. Appreciate everybody. And I will see you next week. I don't have a topic yet, but I do have a couple in the bag that it takes a little bit for me to kind of flesh out the plans. So usually I'm not ready till the day of. But we definitely will hit another topic that is probably either taboo or just uncomfortable. And hopefully we can shed some light on some of the questions that some of us have. So everybody, have a great night, and I will see you next week.
The Negro still is not free.
We are oppressed. We are exploited. We are downtrodden. We are denied not only civil rights, but even human rights. Manifest how great you are. Dream about your greatness. Come hell or high water, I'm going after my greatness. How can I fake this humbly gracious to have this greatness? Every time I wake, this greatness takes this black man higher places. Melanated magic strapped to my back with the fact I deserve higher praises. Based on my race. Last place is the only status. Placed in the basement with no way out. What's the basis? Look around. All I see are familiar faces with that greatness gazes. Make me wonder what this baseless, tasteless trace of races. Pointless to think you can keep me down and back in cages. Shackle minds like gap teeth with the rubber band embraces. Breaking chains every day that oppress my people for ages. Faceless acts of rage because of what my race is. I'm gonna say this price is way too high. Who's gonna pay this? Conversations of reparations ain't even enough to erase this. Can't get enough of us. We're on your favorite playlist, but you play us out. Just comply and fucking take this. I now see my greatness and I know you really hate this. You can't debate this. I define what my inner grace is. Is this a true test from God? Then I'm gonna ace this. Is this God within me? I'm not gonna waste this. Every day the media portray cop car chases of people with the same faces, which is nothing but misguided greatness. Driving aimless and hungry, not knowing death is what that taste is. Gripping tight on the wheel, Jesus, take this. Gripping hard on that steel, death or jail is what my fate is. Survival by any means is the meal. Don't forsake this. There should be more for us. Life can play tricks. Where's our Morpheus? We're stuck in a matrix. Reflections of our Savior has been blurred by all this fake shit. Looking to the sky for hope is done or quite pervasive. Killing those who find the knowledge quite persuasive. Once I'm labeled as abrasive, soon to follow evasive. Savage is what we're told the angry black man is laced with. Change the context, change the narrative with what we're graced with. Pop that chain of mental restraint and fly like we are weightless. Mother Nature has the key. Please open the gate, man. I'm here to claim my throne. Don't step on my cake, man. Black Panther to the bone. No need to rate this. Greatness, greatness. Greatness, 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 greatness. Make sure you get to take this and loop back for all the late kids. All the boys and girls who don't think that their lives are precious. All the people who feel circumstances are a death wish. All the challenge within that we are blessed with should be acknowledged, not demolished by the oppressor. Check our true resume. Extremely impressive. I got nothing left to say, but we can send it for that greatness. Greatness, 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 greatness. We have a long road ahead to overcome this blatant hatred. We have a long road ahead to overcome this blatant hatred.